members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Vote. The yeas are 144. The nays are 280. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of this request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds.
All members
voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 184, the nays are 239. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 59, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds. To change their vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 166, the nays are 253. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 129, the nays are 292. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 61, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
One minute.
Seconds.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 132, the nays are 292. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 66, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 66, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Harshbarger of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote,
The yeas are 177, the nays are 246. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 180, the nays are 243. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
One minute. Seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this
Vote. The yeas are 163, the nays are 261. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 212. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 78, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 78, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Remaining.
On this vote, the yeas are 188, the nays 237. The amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4821, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4821 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6126 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6126, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote will be on passage of the bill, will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 798. This is a 5-minute vote.
voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 196. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Quiet them down. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of giving a scheduling update.
The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for scheduling. The House tonight, after this vote series, will continue debating amendments to the Interior Appropriations Bill. Tonight's final vote series will start around 10 o'clock and end by 11:30 tonight. We expect to continue amendment debate after that, but all recorded votes will be rolled until tomorrow. For tomorrow, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. We will complete all amendment debate on the Interior Appropriations Bill, and starting at 10 a.m., we will have our final vote series of the week on the remaining amendments, the motion to recommit, and passage of the Interior Appropriations Bill, as well as the SHIP Act under suspension of the rules. And then that will mark the end of vote series for tomorrow. We should walk off by 11:30 tomorrow. Hopefully that means you'll all vote for all the bills tomorrow, but we'll have walk-off at 11:30 tomorrow. The THUD bill will still be voted on, but next week. So next week we have a full week starting Monday, 6:30 p.m. Rules Committee will be meeting prior to that to take up their order of business for the Financial Services and General Government bill. So we will have both the THUD bill and the Financial Services Appropriations bills next week, as well as other possible legislative items. And the first votes next week will be 6:30 p.m. Monday night. Remember, Veterans Day holiday is Friday, so the House will not be in session next Friday. With that, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, to suspend the rules and agree to the House Resolution 798 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 798, resolution condemning the support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations at institutions of higher education, which may lead to the creation of a hostile environment for Jewish students, faculty, and staff.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this, let's see. On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 23. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to House Resolution 838, Pursuant to House Resolution 838 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4821. Will the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, kindly take the chair?
No. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 4821, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of the Interior, Environment, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Couldn't hear it. Thank you. When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 78, printed in House Report 118 to 261, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, has been disposed of. Committee will come to order. Committee will come to order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The committee will come to order. Ready? One more. The House will be in order. Members, take the conversations off the floor. It is now in order to consider amendment number 79, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 79, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit funds to implement the final EPA rule titled Endangerment and Cause or Contribute Findings for Greenhouse Gases under Section 202A of the Clean Air Act. You see, Mr. Speaker, on December 7th of 2009, this rule was signed by the EPA administrator, and it found that 6 greenhouse gases endanger both the public health and the public welfare of humans, specifically emissions from motor vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The committee is not in order. Please take your conversations off the House floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this rule has been implemented, we have seen some of the most radical and asinine decisions and regulations come from the executive branch. This includes strict regulations on car emissions and the big government attempt to dismantle the gas-powered vehicle. It includes power plant regulations that have shut down coal plants, killing thousands of jobs along the way. It includes the use of taxpayer dollars to bribe people into buying electric vehicles and solar panels with someone else's money. It includes the Paris Climate Accords, a terrible deal that sold America's sovereignty to international bureaucrats in exchange for energy poverty here at home. All while China and India get to continue increasing their emissions for decades. And what have the American people gotten from these policies? Nothing. These policies cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and the American people are left scratching their head looking for what's their benefit. And the worst part is that these policies do more harm than good. Because the radical environmentalists have gotten their way the past decade, the American people are left dealing with the fallout. In California, we have seen brownouts and blackouts as a result of the closure of coal plants. We've seen skyrocketing prices at the pumps because this administration won't expand the drilling or fracking in the United States territory. In Texas, during Winter Storm Uri, we saw a horrible blackout 2 years ago because of its dependency on unreliable sources of energy. To think that in the 21st century, that Americans would have to face these challenges, and in the case of Texas, that Americans would freeze to death, over 150 people freeze to death, is unacceptable. All because we want to prevent the use of energy that creates carbon emissions. Well, newsflash, we depend as a nation on coal, natural gas, and oil. Without it, we are a poor nation. The benefits of using our resources outweigh the potential costs of emitting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. The regulation that is this amendment defunds is the root of the environmental insanity we have been dealing with for the past decade. It's time to show the American people that we have their backs and that we are done appeasing the radical environmentists, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maine is now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we are now only 15 days away from a government shutdown, and instead of focusing on keeping the government open, we are working on a bill that's going nowhere. The draconian cuts proposed in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden and that were memorialized in statute and public law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. We would not be teetering on the brink of a government shutdown if my Republican colleagues had held up their end of the bargain. Furthermore, we are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we are experiencing. As of October 10th, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather climate disaster events with losses exceeding $1 billion each. This is a new record. This amendment seeks to prohibit funding to further understand greenhouse gases, which will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. Not investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, and instead paying billions in disaster relief, shows my Republican colleagues are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. Our economy, health, livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depend on healthy ecosystems. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and making our nation stronger. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that greenhouse gases are an endangerment that we need to eliminate. This is a one-sided view that completely ignores the enormous benefits that fossil fuels have had while only focusing on the rise in temperatures. Their climate hysteria assumes that any warming is caused by these gases and that it is a catastrophe. That's simply not accurate, and it ignores the destruction that is caused by their agenda. Just ask the hundreds of people who, many of which lost their lives in Texas during Winter Storm Uri. Just ask the energy-poor nations around the world that have a much lower standard of living than us. The endangerment rule, which my amendment defunds, is based on a narrow, one-sided view that refuses to look at the ramifications of banning fossil fuels. I urge my colleagues to support it. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlelady from Maine reserves.
I close. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out one thing that my colleague said in what I thought was a very misguided argument. He said the benefits of using our resources outweigh the costs. He said we ignore the benefits of fossil fuels by only focusing on rising temperature, and this is our agenda. I just want to be perfectly clear. Climate change isn't my agenda. It's not the Democrats' agenda. It is the majority of all scientists' agenda around the world. It's the majority of facts based on what is going on with adverse weather, with warming ocean, with warming temperatures, with the hottest summer on record. And to say that we are just looking at our agenda completely denies the challenges that we are facing today. Look, there are plenty of benefits of fossil fuel. In fact, we've benefited from fossil fuels for generations. We've become an incredibly wealthy nation. I don't deny that. And for all of us, we would rather continue with the status quo. But the fact is, we know how to create renewable energy. We know how to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We know how to reduce the warming of our planet. And it is our responsibility. It's not an agenda or sort of a whim or a fad. It is our responsibility. That's what we're here to do, to protect the American public, to protect it for future generations. I don't know about my colleague, but I got 7 grandchildren. I have 3 children and 7 grandchildren. Each one of those grandchildren is going to say to me, if not today, if not tomorrow, when they're old enough to talk, they're going to say, Grandma, what were you doing when the planet was melting? What did you do when you had the resources and ability and scientific knowledge to convert to renewable resources, and yet you decided to say, I'm just going to stick my head in the sand, I'm going to pretend that science doesn't exist, I'm going to pretend that none of this matters and it's some kind of an agenda or a fluke, I'm going to just put my faith in the fossil fuel industry. We know what to do here. we know what to do here, and we know what our responsibility is here, and to neglect that and to not continue to do what we're supposed to do to reduce the impact and mitigate the influence of climate change is completely going against our responsibility to the American public and to future generations. So I ask my colleagues to reject this amendment. I ask my colleagues to continue to support the work that we are currently doing in this country to mitigate the impact of climate change, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 80, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 80, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and a member of opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which would prohibit funds to Executive Order 14507 relating to catalyzing clean energy industries and jobs through federal sustainability. This executive order is another example of how this administration is more willing to waste the taxpayers' time and energy in furthering a radical climate agenda. It manipulates the federal government that they must achieve a carbon pollution-free electricity sector by 2035 and a net zero emissions economy no later than 2050. The text of the order declares that the federal government will lead by example and cut out carbon emissions. However, is this administration really leading by example? Has John Kerry stopped using private jets? Has Pete Buttigieg? Of course not. This hypocrisy is exactly why I filed this amendment. This amendment defunds an executive order that wastes taxpayer dollars and continues our country down a path of dangerous energy policies. Unfortunately, this administration knows this is the result of the order, and they are more willing to place these burdens on the American people. They're willing to waste money in reconfiguring buildings and buying fleets of new electric vehicles, all in the backs of our taxpayers. They are also in favor of new regulations that will suppress our energy industries. But you know what, Mr. Chairman? They will be fine because they don't have to feel the repercussions of their policies. It will be everyday Americans that see their utility bills go up. It will be our constituents that are left unable to pay their bills or afford gas. It will be the average person who is experiencing blackouts because we have shifted towards unreliable sources of electricity instead of reliable base load energy sources. But again, those who drafted this executive order won't have to feel the pain. They only care about furthering a radical agenda that is impossible to achieve. The attempt to reach 100% carbon-free America can only happen after our reliable energy sectors are dismantled and our way of life is destroyed. The energy sector that they want to dismantle is what made America a rich and prosperous nation. Coal, natural gas, and nuclear energy are the answers to the future which demands more electricity than we can ever fathom today, not the types of reforms that the other side calls for. We only need to look at California or Winter Storm Uri in Texas as examples of why traditional energy sources are so vital. This executive order only hurts the American people and pushes us down a road that leads to a weaker, poorer, and less prosperous country. And I call on my colleagues to pass this amendment and defund this executive order. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment blocks an executive order that seeks to reestablish the federal government as a leader in sustainability and improve the nation's preparedness and resilience to the effects of a changing climate. We are here to protect the welfare of the American public, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, such as the drought, flooding, severe storm, and wildfire events we are experiencing. The federal government is the single largest landowner, energy consumer, and employer in the nation. And it is appropriate that it would lead the nation on a path to achieving a net zero emissions by transforming how the government builds, buys, and manages electricity, vehicles, buildings, and other operations to be clean and sustainable. Not investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change, and instead paying billions in disaster relief, shows my Republican colleagues are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change and making our nation stronger. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Instead of focusing on misguided climate policies, we should instead focus on sources of energy that help our society grow and flourish. Energy sources such as wind and solar claim to be sustainable, but they are often backed up with the more reliable sources of energy, such as coal, natural gas, and nuclear. Wind and solar also use massive amounts of raw materials and land, which has had its own environmental issues. The cost of using these energy sources and abandoning fossil fuels is just simply misguided. Fossil fuels helps humans flourish, and we should protect these fuels by defunding this executive order. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 81, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 81, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict funds at the Department of Interior and related agencies from being used to finalize any rule or regulations that have an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Under the current administration, the regulatory landscape has never been worse. Regulatory agencies within the Department of Interior have been able to exert an extraordinary amount of power and influence with very little oversight and very little authority to do so. My amendment seeks to change this by requiring that any major rule proposed by these agencies be approved by both houses of Congress before they can take effect. This means that the elected representatives of the American people here in the People's House would have a direct say in shaping the regulations that have a tremendous impact on our everyday lives, our natural resources, our public lands. It means that the individuals who are closest to their constituents, who understand the needs and concerns of their communities, will be at the forefront of decision-making, as the Founding Fathers intended. By including my amendment into the Interior Appropriations Bill, we send a very powerful message that we are committed to accountable and transparent government. We are standing up for the principle that significant regulatory decisions should not be made behind closed doors in basements by unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats, but rather in the open halls of Congress, where the voices of the American people can be heard. Since President Biden took office, the regulatory climate has added hundreds of billions, with a B, of dollars in fresh regulatory costs, which are eventually passed down to consumers, our constituents. We have seen the Biden administration's Waters of the U.S. regulation create confusion and uncertainty for landowners, farmers, and businesses across the nation, not to mention how expensive these regulations have been. As American families and businesses continue to suffer under the economic crisis caused by the disastrous Biden policies, this administration has decided to move the country back towards more costly and burdensome WOTUS regulations of the past, needlessly in the process raising housing costs by hundreds of millions of dollars when it's already in a housing crisis. Under this administration, we have seen a proposed greenhouse gas emission standard for heavy-duty vehicles, directly impacting our nation's trucking and by forcing costly, unachievable mandates on enterprise fleets with thousands of trucks to small mom-and-pop family businesses. We've seen EPA regulatory overreach regarding mandatory reporting of greenhouse gas emissions from manure management systems, permitting requirements for livestock emissions under the Clean Air Act. I mean, I could go on and on and on. It's clear that the overreach under this administration has been extreme, and it has gone too far. It's simple. Congress should have oversight over the EPA and other agencies like this because this agency was established through executive action rather than explicit congressional authorization. Let me say that for the people in the back and for people at home. The EPA is not even a congressionally authorized agency, and yet we fund it. By subjecting the EPA to congressional oversight, we ensure that decisions made by the agency are accountable to the elected representatives who are the people. This oversight allows for a more transparent and balanced approach to environmental regulation, allowing for a thorough examination of policies and their potential impacts on various stakeholders. My amendment has the potential to reshape the way our government operates and ensure that the power of decision-making is in the hands of those who are elected to represent the interests of the American people. It's time that we become transparent, accountable to the people that we serve. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to be clear. Congressional funding and inclusion in the annual appropriations bill is congressional oversight of the EPA. That's what Chairman Simpson and I and the other members of the committee do every year, and so there is oversight of the EPA, and it is congressionally authorized funding. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
The lady yields.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Well, listen, I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that we want to exert more transparency, more accountability. That's what we're doing here. This amendment furthers our ability to do just that, to hold members of Congress accountable for the actions that are impacting our constituents' everyday life. That is exactly what we are designed to do. That is Article 1 authority. We cede that authority to an unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrat through the regulatory regime. These agencies have run away with their rulemaking authority that Congress has very little power to roll back or claw back. So this amendment is a common sense amendment. Earlier this year, the same language was passed bipartisanly. So there is no excuse as to why both Republicans and Democrats cannot support this common sense, accountable, transparent measure on behalf of the American people. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady has the only time left.
Well, then I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 82, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 82, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment, number 82, which would simply prohibit funds made available by this act to be used for the cancellation or suspension of oil and gas leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge or the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. On September the 6th, 2023, the Biden administration's Department of Interior posted a press release announcing Secretary of the Interior Haaland's cancellation of 7 oil and gas lease permits covering 365,000 acres in the coastal plain of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, also known as ANWR. You know, the former dean of our House, Congressman Don Young, once told me that his mission in Congress, a mission that he worked for decades to accomplish, was to allow drilling in the ANWR. That was his passion. This mission was finally accomplished during the Trump administration with the passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Now, just a year and a half after Congressman Young's passing, the Biden administration is reversing his important work. President Biden's disastrous American Last energy policies and his embrace of the radical Green New Deal agenda have jeopardized American energy independence and have cost hardworking Americans significant inflation, both at the gas pump and in their utility bills. First, the Biden administration halted construction of the Keystone XL pipeline. Then President Biden froze all oil and gas lease permits on federal lands. And later, he drained our strategic petroleum reserve to boost political capital while putting American national and energy security at risk. Previously, under President Trump's America First agenda, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act established an oil and gas leasing program in the coastal plain of ANWR, increasing our nation's energy security and lowering oil and gas prices for hardworking Americans. However, on President Biden's first day in office, he issued a disastrous executive order, number 13990. It was titled, Protecting Public Health and the Environment and Restoring Science to Tackle the Climate Crisis. And it imposed a temporary moratorium on the statutorily mandated oil and gas lease activities in the coastal plain. So now President Biden is waging his latest battle in his war on American energy independence, the outright canceling of these oil and gas leases in the coastal plain of the ANWR, while citing a dubious source of statutory authority, and potentially losing out on 7.7 billion barrels of recoverable oil, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. This action by the Biden administration is blatantly circumventing the democratic process and subverting the will of Congress. My amendment to the fiscal year 2024 Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill would prohibit funds from being used to implement the Biden administration's cancellation of the statutorily mandated oil and gas leases in the coastal plain of the ANWR. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment to prevent the cancellation of oil and gas leases in the coastal plain, vote to unleash American energy independence, and vote to lower your constituents' gas prices and energy bills. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I seek chime in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague proposes, I oppose this amendment. My colleague opposes that we don't allow the cancellation of lease sales in a pristine environment that is already suffering from the impacts of climate change. The Arctic is warming more than twice as fast as the rest of the planet. It shows that my Republican colleague and so many others are not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. He should be focused instead on investing in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change. You know, he invoked my, one of my favorite colleagues, our dear departed colleague, Don Young. And I remember several years ago when Don Young came to visit me in Maine to an Arctic conference, and we discussed climate change. And he said, you know, I haven't decided yet if this is man-made, but I do believe climate change is happening. And none of us can expect to share the words of Don Young, who's not with us here today. But I think as he witnessed the warming that is going on in the Arctic in his state, the glacial melting. I recently visited Alaska, and I met with tribal communities. You know, there are 31 communities, most of them tribal communities, that currently have to be moved because of the glacial melting, because of the permafrost melting. The cost of that, I've heard some people estimate, is about $1 million a person to move a community. Not to mention the cultural loss, the economic loss, the challenges that people are facing. What's going on in the Arctic today is unfathomable. Nothing we could have ever predicted, nothing that the scientists could have predicted. And yet my colleague wants us to continue drilling for oil. My colleague wants us to deny the importance of renewable energy. We're talking about an area where it's expensive to drill. Fact is, most of the oil companies don't even want to be up there anymore. And it is not practical for us to be drilling for oil and to be doing it in the very places that are experiencing the losses because of climate change in such an extreme way makes absolutely no sense. It's a misguided policy. To go against this cancellation of these lease sales is wrong. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change, making our nation stronger, and investing in renewable energy. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I concur with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that climate change actually does happen. It happens 4 times a year: spring, summer, fall, and winter. You know, Congressman Don Young represented Alaska. He knew Alaska better than anyone did, and he knew what was best for the ANWR, and it was his passion that ANWR be open for drilling for the security of the entire country, for energy independence. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 83, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 83, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of my amendment number 83 to the FY24 Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill, which halts the funding for the Bureau of Land Management's misguided proposed rule on energy development in the Alaska National Petroleum Reserve. In these times of global upheaval, record high gas prices, and economic instability, restricting American energy production would be unwise to the point of recklessness. It undermines the pillars of our national strength, our national security, fiscal health, and the prosperity of the American taxpayer. Yet the Biden administration seeks to drastically limit access to responsible energy production on our own soil, resources that rightfully belong to the American people. The Alaskan Reserve holds the potential to supply hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil per day, lessening our reliance on untrustworthy foreign sources. Yet this administration seeks to negligently barricade access to our invaluable domestic resources. The Bureau of Land Management rule plainly defies the clear intent of Congress within the Petroleum Reserve Production Act, which is to responsibly harness these resources through competitive leasing. The rule imposes arbitrary restrictions and redundant regulations that serve no purpose other than obstructing energy development. We cannot allow Washington bureaucrats to override the legislative mandate from this Congress and push a radical anti-American energy agenda down our throats. Utilizing the Alaskan Reserve's resources is crucial for our energy security and the operational viability of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. Leaving this vital infrastructure stranded would weaken America's strength on the world stage amidst looming threats from adversaries like Russia, China, and Iran. Our energy independence must stand resolute. In short, my amendment wisely prevents the squandering of taxpayer dollars on stifling our tremendous American energy potential. I urge my colleagues, those who cherish our working families, fiscal prosperity, and national security, to rally behind this necessary course correction. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I want to remind everyone, we are here to protect the welfare of the American public. Now, this amendment would prohibit the Bureau of Land Management from balancing oil and gas development with protection of lands that harbor significant subsistence uses and resources throughout the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. My colleague is describing the Willow Project, an oil drilling project by ConocoPhillips that is located on the plain of the North Slope of Alaska in the National Petroleum Reserve. This amendment would prohibit the administration from stopping that project for all of the reasons we've previously discussed. My colleagues are always talking about if we don't do this drilling, in significantly critical areas like the North Slope of Alaska, like places where climate change is already having an unreasonable impact, we'll have to go to untrustworthy foreign sources. Why is it they always use that argument that somehow we have to go to untrustworthy foreign sources? Our goal is to convert to renewable energy, to have all American energy, whether it's wind or solar or tidal or so many of the other opportunities that we have out there, to make sure we do invest in American jobs instead of misguided projects like this. This amendment also prohibits the BLM's ability to respond to changing conditions in the Arctic while providing transparency in conservation and development decisions. I oppose this amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is vital that we unleash and support American energy, fossil fuel energy, and pursue pro-American energy policies. I'm deeply concerned that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to put the needs of Americans first. Given the current state of affairs globally, we should not be relying on energy supplies from foreign powers. Therefore, I again urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which defunds this disastrous BLM rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
I just want to say one more thing about this project, just to know what we're talking about. It's not a hypothetical. As we've mentioned, we've already talked about the excessive warming that's happening in the Arctic, the changes they're already experiencing in places like Alaska. And this project is likely to produce 287 million tons of carbon emissions, plus other greenhouse gases over 30 years. It would adversely impact Arctic wildlife and Native American communities. This would damage the complex local tundra ecosystem, and according to another government estimate, release the same amount of greenhouse gases annually as 500,000 homes. We know how to do this in another way. We don't have to do this project. We don't have to drill for oil in sensitive areas, and we don't need to do this particular project. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 84, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 84, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits any funding from being used by the EPA to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce NOAA's vessel speed limiter rule. This is a misguided rule that would require any vessel over 35 feet to go 10 knots or less all along the eastern seaboard from Maine all the way down through Florida. They claim they are doing this in order to protect the North Atlantic right whale. Well, let's review some of the facts. Approximately 15 whales have been killed by boats in the last 18 years. Folks, you've got better odds hitting the lottery than this. The right whale population has been consistent since 1980. The thing is, the right whales used to calve at every 3 to 5 years, but now they're only calving at 7 to 9 years. And what's this rule going to do for the economic impact? It's got an $84 billion economic impact on the East Coast. It'll jeopardize 340,000 East Coast jobs. And you realize there's 63,000 registered boats that'll be impacted with this new rule. Now, there's a better way to track these whales that NOAA just refuses to do it. We tag horses, cows, pets, many other animals. Why can't we tag these whales as well? There's no reason that we can't use some common sense solutions such as this. So tagging the whales would allow the votes to avoid any whales that are in the area without the need to put some burdensome speed restrictions all along the eastern coast. With that, I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge all my colleagues to adopt this common sense amendment and prevent the EPA from enforcing these job-killing rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 85, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which utilizes the Holman Rule to reduce the salary of the CEQ chair. CEQ, in how it operates and what it prioritizes, is not doing its job properly, especially regarding its implementation of NEPA. The Council only focuses on the negative side effects of certain types of energy production without considering cost-effective energy. The Trump administration introduced reforms to remedy some of the worst elements of this hyper-politicized regime at CEQ and to facilitate more efficient and timely permitting reviews. Having unwisely reversed those reforms, President Biden and Ms. Mallory are now grappling with regulatory barriers that hinder critical infrastructure. As a result, the public will be deprived of much-needed energy infrastructure. Affordable and abundant energy is essential for a secure and prosperous country. NEPA is now out of sync with current environmental, political, social, and economic realities, with Ms. Mallory spearheading its exacerbation and failures. The average American family is now spending about $2,400 more more today than when President Biden took office. I have constituents that can barely pay their energy bills solely because the administration chose to raise their electric rates to pay for its Green New Deal agenda, almost doubling some Arizonans' bills. If Congress doesn't act to reverse Biden's energy crisis now, it may not be long before more Americans can't afford soaring energy costs. Ms. Mallory's incompetence has shown that Congress should reduce her salary. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine, seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is petty and punitive. Rather than pursuing grudges against public servants, my colleagues across the aisle should focus their energy on negotiating with the Senate on a bill to fund the government. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The bottom line is this, Mr. Speaker. The American people are tired of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. Affecting a policy that are destroying their lives. That's why we're doing this, and thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 86, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 86, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which defunds Public Land Order 7923. In June, the Biden administration issued this public land order banning over 300,000 acres of federal mineral estate surrounding the Chaco Canyon National Historical Park for 20 years. This would effectively prevent all private landowners and Navajo Alatis from mineral leasing land in this area. The ban will have significant negative economic impacts on both Navajo Nation and the American taxpayer, severely limiting tribal revenue, economic development, self-sufficiency, and American energy production. Chaco Canyon carries both cultural and historical significance for communities in the region. The development of this land should be determined by those with lawful sovereignty, not out-of-touch Biden admin officials hell-bent on imposing their radical agenda on tribal communities. In July, the House Natural Resources Committee held a hearing on the ban, and we heard from Navajo Nation citizens who expressed disappointment with Interior Secretary Deb Haaland and the Bureau of Land Management for stripping away their mineral rights. The government of Navajo Nation has called on Congress to oppose any buffer zone in the area. The Biden administration's decision to move forward with this ban makes it clear that they only care about tribal voices so long as they're in line with the approved Biden agenda. Interestingly, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, when serving in Congress, worked on a lease sale that was ultimately deferred. She had complained that the Trump administration failed to fulfill its legal and moral obligation to consult with Native Americans. The Biden administration, of which Secretary Haaland is a part, is now imposing an unprecedented blockade on Native mineral rights and has refused to listen to Navajo Nation's concerns. Mr. Speaker, this administration likes to talk about their supposed support of tribal communities, but has no problem implementing a destructive chokehold on tribal revenue and economic prosperity. Secretary Haaland and President Biden are throwing Navajo Nation under the bus, driven by extremists with no concern for Native interests or the energy needs of all Americans. I'm proud to stand with the Navajo Nation and offer this amendment that defunds this ban.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment prohibits the withdrawal for 20 years of public land surrounding the Chaco Culture Natural Historical Park from mineral leasing in order to protect these lands and the greater connected landscape in New Mexico, with a rich Pueblo and tribal nation legacy from the impacts associated with oil and gas development activities. It does not impact valid existing rights nor non-federal interests in the area that will be withdrawn. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so very much, because I too rise in opposition to amendment number 86. As noted, this amendment would roll back protections for federal lands and federal lands only within a 10-mile area around the World Heritage Site Chaco National Historic Park in New Mexico, in my district, and only from new oil and gas drilling. I stand here on the second day of Native American Heritage Month, and what are we doing on the second day of Native American Heritage? We are not recognizing and honoring and protecting Native American heritage. Indeed, what this amendment is doing is destroying Native American heritage. It is destroying the ability of Native Americans who hold these lands and these sites sacred to continue to practice their spiritual and religious beliefs. Remember that. that what you are doing is undermining the ability of people to practice their historic, spiritual, and religious beliefs. Because not only is Chaco Canyon a World Heritage Site, it remains to this day a place of cultural and religious significance to the descendants of the greater Chaco region. And we need to remember that this Chaco Canyon is unique. Between 900 and 1150 AD, Chaco is the heart of ceremonial trade and political activity for the ancestral Puebloans. The sweeping ceremonial center you need to go visit is unlike anything constructed before or since. However, for the Native Americans who come from this area, Chaco is not an old place. The sacred nature of Chaco continues unbroken in its importance to them today. Given its history, you can imagine the importance of protecting this land and its people, ability to truly practice their faiths. And it is true that there are different points of view within the Navajo Nation. But let's remember how this bill and how this protections that have been put into place came to be. It was the former Navajo Nation president who first approached the Pueblos in an effort to protect these lands. The advocacy for these protections began in 2013 when the Eastern Navajo Agency Council passed a resolution calling for a moratorium on new fracking activities within their agency. Navajo Nation's advocacy continued, and in 2017, Navajo Nation President Russell Begay, Vice President Jonathan Nez, and the All Pueblo Council of Governors joined together. They joined together in a statement opposing new fracking in the greater Chaco region. Protecting Chaco then became a collaborative process. It resulted eventually in the Chaco Cultural Heritage Area Protection Act, which passed this body in the 116th Congress with the support of every Democrat and 17 Republicans. The secretarial withdrawal, this amendment text, only happened after an extensive process of public engagement that included consultation with all of the tribal nations, including the Navajo Nation, the Pueblos, those people who live in Arizona as well, who are actually constituents of the sponsor of this amendment. 100,000 public comments. That is not ignoring the people, that is listening to them. And it was years of tribal collaboration that made these protections possible. And I want to correct the record. This does not affect in any way Navajo Alates lands. It does not affect in any way Navajo tribal lands. It does not affect in any way rights of ways or any infrastructure that is needed. So the existing oil and gas activity can continue. New oil and gas activity can continue, but just not on federal lands. So the existing royalties that are presently going to the Navajo Alates will continue in force. But we must admit, these withdrawals and protections are difficult. You are weighing the cultural and spiritual significance of an area that could be lost forever against the value of mineral development. One molecule of gas, however, is the same wherever it is extracted. But once you destroy a sacred site, you'll never get it back. I believe, even though I recognize the importance of the economic value of withdrawal, that we must err on the side of protection. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I represent the Navajo Nation in my state. The Navajo Nation does support this amendment. And the one thing I want to say, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talked about protecting the lands. What she didn't talk about, however, was protecting the economy of the Navajo people and how this would impact them, which is once again why they support this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 87, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 87, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment that prohibits funding in this bill from being used to reduce the number of oil and gas leases issued by the Secretary of the Interior. Americans saw the impact on the global oil supply when Russia decided to illegally invade Ukraine. And of course, we know that Russia is a world exporter of oil. Gas prices rose over 40%. It's a commodity. It's a world commodity. And now with the uncertainty in the Middle East and another war beginning, we're facing more potential energy shortages. This is what happens when we allow ourselves to be dependent on foreign oil. Fact of the matter is, like it or not, the world consumes 100 million barrels of oil a day. That's not going to go away anytime soon. We put ourselves and our great nation's security at the mercy of foreign countries' stability, something that we have little to no control over. So this is not only precarious and foolhardy, but it's also dangerous. Yet despite the obvious dangers and national security pitfalls, the Biden administration continues to cut oil and gas leases in America and force us to be more reliant on foreign oil. Since taking office, the Biden administration has gravely undercut America's ability to become energy independent by canceling gas and oil leases continually from even his first day in office to now. In September, the Biden administration announced they were canceling the remaining 7 oil and gas leases in Alaska. For comparison, the Trump administration proposed a plan that included 47 new potential lease sales. Energy independence is crucial to our nation's security. Democrats will have you believe we can survive just fine without oil and gas. But that's simply not a reality. In fact, I didn't ride here today to come to work on my unicorn. And I wasn't talking to my mermaids in my swimming pool, and the leprechaun in the next door didn't pay for it all. That's just not a reality that we live in right now. I think many Republicans, including myself, are for an all-of-the-above approach. Wind where it's practical, solar, but oil and gas. And if we're going to have a serious discussion about zero emissions or reducing emissions in this country, we need to talk about nuclear energy as well. I urge my colleagues to help their constituents by voting for lower energy costs and increase national security by voting in favor of this amendment and in favor of American energy production. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose? The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleased to see my good friend on the other side of the aisle, and sorry that I so violently disagree with him on this particular issue. This amendment seeks to voice, maybe not violently, but strongly disagree with him on this issue. This amendment seeks to force the Secretary of Interior to issue more oil and gas lease sales instead of allowing for the transition to clean energy. That will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. To not invest in strategies that minimize and prevent the acceleration of climate change instead of paying billions in disaster relief shows that my colleague is not thinking about what is best for the American taxpayer. Our economy and health and livelihood, food security, quality of life all depend on us making progress on climate change and renewable energies. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, if you talk about being an environmentalist, which I honestly think all 435 members of Congress are, and not throwing partisan bombs, which haven't been thrown right now, but you hear about them in these halls, unfortunately. Think about what the United States has done in the last 20 plus years. We have reduced our carbon emissions by now nearly 25%, more than any other nation in history. What has China done? They have increased their carbon footprint by 300% in that same time. So why don't we see some of our leftist activists, mostly young people, Why aren't they protesting outside the Chinese embassy or the consulates? Because the United States, as great as a country as we are, we're not a planet. And as an environmentalist, we should be wanting the United States to fulfill the needs of the world. Again, fact, 100 million barrels a day. And how is the wind and solar, how is that industry going to be developed? Well, largely based on the energy that oil and gas produce. In the United States, we have an independent judiciary. We are a rule of law nation. We have a strong environmental law. We have an expertise in oil and gas that has been perfected over more than a century. The fact of the matter is we have to produce oil and gas. And I would rather have the United States do it rather than Venezuela or a China or a Saudi Arabia, for that matter. I trust our abilities more. So as an environmentalist and someone that wants to protect this nation and the planet for future generations, my 17 and 14-year-old sons, and hopefully their children someday, this is the best path forward. It's the realistic path forward. And nobody says, because we drill and produce oil and gas in this country, that clean energy can't be developed synchronously. Of course it can, and it has been. But the free markets have to come into play as well to benefit this country and humankind. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Just once again want to say that my colleagues are always saying we have to reduce our dependence on foreign oil, and I wholeheartedly agree. In fact, the United States is still a major producer of oil and gas. But we have to make the investments and force ourselves to move forward on renewable energy. We have done that through bills like the IRA. We continue to do that, and I just want to continue to support that and make sure that we are opposing expanding our oil and gas leases and just investing in renewable energy, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. I just think this is a really good amendment. It's common sense, and I believe that every member of Congress that votes for it will feel better about themselves. I yield.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. No. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 88, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment, please.
Amendment number 88, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment that prohibits the use of federal funds for community-scale ambient air monitoring. In simple terms, ambient air monitoring is the long-term assessment of pollutant levels by measuring the surrounding outdoor air. Now, on the surface, that doesn't sound like that much of a big deal at face value. However, the EPA already monitors this. The EPA has extensive systems and sensors in place that monitor air quality and emissions regulated primarily by the Clean Air Act. Now, that's at the federal level. Let's think about this, too. Having served at the state and local level, they can also monitor their air quality, and in fact, they do. When I was on a city council in Frisco, Texas, we had a battery recycling plant in the middle of the city. The city had kind of grown around it. We took local action. We didn't ask the federal government to do squat. We had $45 million we paid, that we bought that plant, we closed it down. That's at the local level. I trust folks at the local and state level far more than I will ever trust the federal government. The federal government has a role, roads, military, and other things. But these kind of things, I really do trust the local entities. So what is this program doing, if not to be redundant, because there's already this happening at the federal level with the EPA? Simply put, it's another attempt by some on the left to push a Green New Deal and push their narrative that pollution is somehow racist. I've been in these halls for 3 years, and I learned crazy things. People claim that COVID was racist, that the weather is racist. Now maybe pollution is too. They're pushing funding for this program so they can send untrained individuals who they choose with unknown equipment to cities they choose to further a narrative that pollution is somehow skewed towards someone's pigmentation. As I said, I support science. However, there are insufficient guidelines surrounding third-party individuals or groups that would be conducting the air monitoring, the equipment they'll use, or even the data matrix that they'll utilize. So we would have these untrained individuals do this stuff. It's kind of seeming to me like putting your thumb on the scale and having a predetermined outcome before the testing even takes place. Democrats want to allow for these untrained individuals to operate this stuff. The Biden administration continues to push nonsense and their radical agenda and fund them with taxpayer dollars, and this isn't acceptable. At a time when our country is trillions of dollars in debt, I refuse to stand idly by while this administration continues to waste money in this fashion, and there's no justification for allowing federal dollars for a program like this. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and to stop the mismanagement of even more taxpayer dollars I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This amendment seeks to block air quality monitoring. So often, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle start their speeches by saying, well, we believe in clean air, we believe in clean water, but apparently they don't. And certainly in this case, this amendment does not. Now, I come from a state with one of the highest rates of asthma. Asthma is directly attributed to not having clean air. 1 in 9 people in Maine is experiencing asthma. Those are children, those are adults, those are people who have serious health impacts because of that. So why we would ever deny the opportunity to do more air quality monitoring, to make sure our citizens are safe, to make sure our children don't have asthma, it's just beyond me. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, and my good friend from Maine, I was raised in New England, and Maine is a lovely state, and I would, again, Mr. Speaker, this is already going on. The EPA already does air quality monitoring, and this is an additional program that's simply unnecessary, and I do trust the great people of the great state of Maine. If they want to monitor their air quality at the state level, they're certainly welcome to do so, as well as at the local level, as we did in Texas, and as we took a proactive approach to an issue that was very important to the citizens in the city that I now represent in Congress, that I used to represent on a city council. So with that, I again have yet a second amendment that if members vote for it, they will feel really good about themselves, as my good friend Matt Gaetz just told me. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 89, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my seatmate, Congressman Simpson, for his overall work on this larger appropriations package. It's not a simple thing to do right now. My amendment will restrict funds to implement Section 216 of Executive Order 14008, which aims to supposedly conserve 30% of our nation's lands and waters by 2030. Over the last 2 years, my colleagues and I on the Natural Resources Committee have introduced legislation to reverse President Biden's land grab and environmental extremism through this 30 by 30 initiative. My constituents in Idaho are tired of interference and overreach by the federal government as it tries to place more use mandates on land. 63% of Idaho's land mass is federally controlled. If it's truly the goal of this administration to increase federally controlled land by another 30%, in that case, states in the West, Idaho included, already disproportionately share in the economic distress associated with this federally controlled land. If the lands in Maryland, Pennsylvania, Maine and other eastern states were locked up by federally run bureaucracies like those in the West, I'm sure more of my colleagues from those states would share the same desire that I have to restrict further expansion on the federal government's land footprint. In addition, there's a direct correlation between the percentage of federal land mass with increased budget costs. As we continue to face record-breaking deficits, debt, and debt financing, we certainly don't need to expand our cost centers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and stop this land grab effort through this 30 by 30 initiative by the federal government. And I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Maine, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I seek time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to this amendment. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Idaho.
Put something in
Does the
context.
gentleman seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will reclaim his time.
I just want to point out that the amount of federally controlled lands is by nowhere equal across our country. In Idaho, it's 32.8 million acres. And to my good friend from Maine, it's 301,000. You can't possibly contemplate the ramifications that has when it comes to local governance and land management for your entire state. So when it comes to federally controlled land, enough is enough. Our federal resources are overwhelmed, and they're not in a good position to manage this land mass, and so oftentimes they don't. And more federal use mandates reduce our overall wise land management. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yield or reserve? Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Gentleman is finished, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, thank you.
The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Idaho. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Maine. The gentleman from Idaho will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 90, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment number 90, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is an eclectic attraction in my district in Northwest Florida. It's called Crab Island, but it's actually not an island at all. It's a sandbar where people go and enjoy swimming, snorkeling, fishing, maybe a refreshment, or even a hot dog or boiled peanuts. Right now we have a system with our local governments and our state government working in concert to manage Crab Island. It's all going really well, and my amendment would prohibit the Department of Interior for playing perhaps an excessive role in the management of commercial services. It's a wonderful place, and as we say in the South, y'all come, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleague's invitation for us all to come visit. I'm sure it is a wonderful place. And of course, being from Maine, we like anything that has the word crab in the title. But unfortunately, this amendment blocks the National Park Service from complying with the 1998 Concessions Act, which sets up the framework for evaluating commercial services in parks. It stops the Park Service being able to complete its existing process to remain in compliance with the Act. The amendment would effectively grandfather in all permit holders from the prior year, regardless of whether the services are necessary and appropriate. The amendment also limits the National Park Service's ability to ensure public safety of commercial services. Currently, all vendors undergo public health, fire, and permit condition inspections throughout an operating season. These inspections have documented significant concerns, such as food being cooked, held, or served at temperatures or conditions that do not meet public health standards, refueling processes that place workers and patrons at risk, lack of basic safety and fire protection, and operating in violation of permit conditions. The amendment eliminates the ability to manage the issuance of a permit based on current or past performance, which creates conditions that place workers, visitors, and park resources at risk from some commercial services. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentlelady's great interest in what's going on in Florida. Though we don't know each other well, I can only assume that if there were a small patch of land in Maine, I would be highly deferential as to what a local community in that congressional district might think about it, and I would inform the House that I have a resolution from the city of Destin where they speak to some of these concerns, but instead reflect on the value of the existing state and local cooperation to achieve those safer objectives. And with all due respect to the Concessions Act of 1998, which I'm sure we would never want to violate the sanctity of, the result of what the Department of Interior is trying to do in my community is going to put a lot of mom and pop local businesses out of business, and instead it's going to constrain this to a federal contracting requirement that no one in our community believes is going to enhance safety, but instead is going to limit the ability of folks to be able to enjoy the park in the manner in which they're doing safely now. So that's why I would ask for adoption of the amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 91, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Amendment 91, which prohibits funds to finalize, implement, or enforce the proposed rule by the EPA titled Reconsideration of National Ambient Air Quality Standards for Particulate Matter. The EPA's proposed rule will lower the particulate matter, or PM, standard to a level Maricopa County and other counties in Arizona could never meet. The PM present in Arizona is not due to manufacturing. It is naturally occurring. There is no way to lower the PM in the desert. And approximately 50% of Arizona is that very desert. As a desert, it is prone to accumulations of dust, including frequent dust storms. Maricopa County, for example, records 1 to 3 massive dust storms called haboobs every year. The current ambient air quality in southern Arizona rarely meets EPA PM 2.5 standard due to the widespread naturally occurring dust particulates matter throughout the area. During a dust storm, the PM levels increase dramatically, over 100 times the non-dust storm days, and is well documented by the National Weather Service. The proposed rule is unreasonable, incomprehensible, and is not based on environmental science. The proposed rule would have the substantial impacts on large swaths of the western United States, not just Arizona. For example, if the standard were set to the proposed levels, populated areas of Utah, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, and New Mexico would be designated as non-attainment and subject to stringent regulatory requirements and penalties. The Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee, which made its recommendations to the EPA, failed to account for the naturally occurring and ambient PM concentrations throughout the western United States. The EPA must consider the world in its natural state. In Arizona and even Michigan, particulate matter is comparatively very high levels exist in the natural state. Without any contribution from mankind, there will be dust and particulate matter in Arizona that exceeds the proposed and current regulations adopted by the EPA. How an agency that is supposed to be based on science can ignore the National Weather Service data and the data from Maricopa County is perplexing. We expect better from our agencies, and we certainly expect an agency to reconsider the differences between a rainforest and a desert. For these reasons and more, I ask my colleagues to support the Amendment 91 prohibiting the funding to finalize, implement, or enforce the EPA's proposed rule titled Reconsideration of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for Particulate Matter. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes? Gentlelady from Maine seek recognition.
Claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment once again attempts to block the administration from ensuring that the air we breathe is clean. I truly think we can all agree that breathing clean air is a basic right. For that reason, I oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, obviously the young lady does not understand the desert. She hasn't been in the desert. And you can't just water the desert. That's why it's a desert. The particulates are in the air. And so if you're an asthmatic, if you've got problems breathing, you don't belong in the desert. But you can't lower those standards without going through extraordinary circumstances. You know, we do a lot of watering on grass or on the desert anyway, but the particulates are in the air. It's naturally occurring. So I think this is just ridiculous that there would be opposition from anybody in regards to this. If you do doubt me, come out to Arizona. I'll be happy to show you Abuba, show you the ambient quality. But this is by far, we need to adopt this, and I implore that my colleagues adopt this rule. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote requested.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 92, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purposes the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my Amendment 92 to prohibit the Biden administration from implementing, administering, or enforcing the recent Grand Canyon National Monument designation and corresponding mineral withdrawal for almost 1 million acres. The monument designation flies in the face of multiple use doctrines for public lands. Further, it creates no new revenue and neither creates nor empowers any employment. Make no mistake, the Grand Canyon National Park is already protected under the Grand Canyon Protection Act, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and multiple other regulations and laws. Further, the roughly 1 million acres of newly designated land is far outside the actual Grand Canyon, believe it or not. I'm also proud to sponsor the Northern Arizona Protection Act, which nullifies Biden's designation and corresponding mineral withdrawal. The almost 1 million acres of designated land fall within my district and my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Crane's, but at no point were we consulted, and our constituents' opposition was ignored. Arizona already boasts more national monuments than any other state. We do not want any more monument designations. The federal government already controls far too much land in Arizona, and this restriction is unacceptable. Despite repeated excessive concerns and questions from my constituents, county supervisors, local groups, and the House Committee on Natural Resources, the Department of Interior has refused to address any of them. Instead, without consultation with my constituents or their representative in Congress, Biden and Secretary Haaland have permanently withdrawn more than 1 million acres from its intended multiple-use doctrine. Under House Rule 10, the Committee on Natural Resources has general oversight of any net matter relating to its jurisdiction, including the management of federal lands and the development of mineral resources. As chairman of the Subcommittee of Oversight and Investigations, I have made repeated inquiries to the Secretary of Interior regarding this proposed designation. Yet still, the Secretary of Interior has not responded to repeated inquiries from my Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, further bypassing Congress and the legislative process. Biden's designation is nothing short of a full-scale attack on the livelihoods of many of my constituents. It sets back our nation's national security and even strengthens Russia. Biden's proclamation imposed a nearly 1 million acre land grab, permanently banning mining in an area almost the size of Delaware. Some falsely frame the designation as an effort to protect the Grand Canyon, which of course is completely disingenuous. No one wants a mine within the Grand Canyon. The designated area is miles away from the boundaries of the buffer area. Let me repeat that, the buffer area, of the Grand Canyon National Park. The area in question is home to the highest grade and largest quantity of uranium deposits in the United States. So this amendment does not just effectively affect Arizona. It harms our national security of the entire country. The designation plays right in the hands of Russia, who, along with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, are liberally trying to corner the market of the global uranium market. China is also joining in on this game, buying up uranium mines in Africa. Everybody knows that in order to go green, you have to use nuclear. We better get on board. There's no question this amendment will hurt local revenues, kill jobs, and undermine American energy security. If it does not protect the Grand Canyon, it is opposed by the people of my district, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. With that, I urge them to adopt this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the use of any federal funds to implement, administer, or enforce the presidential proclamation that establishes the ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument in Arizona, an area significant to many tribal nations. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. This amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare national monuments in specific parts of the country. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase the protection of special federal lands. It goes against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and natural resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States. Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is recognized.
You know, I love the fact that we have individuals from across this country. It's a beauty, but it's also detrimental to us here in this aspect. No one has taken an aircraft, a plane over this general area. They don't know what they're talking about. So number one, being ancestral, you know, anything can be that way. But our founders, Teddy Roosevelt, set up this thing called public lands. And in due process, what he did is he established also, at the same time, the multiple use doctrine, the Taylor Grazing Act, requiring these lands to be used, not just used, but to be improved and to be used for multiple purposes. That's mining, that's energy development, and it's not conservation. Let me repeat, not conservation. So when people start talking about these monuments, you got to come back out to Arizona. We've got more than any other state combined. So let's get after this. But this is very important for national security, and this designation does not need to go through. I ask that people that will vote for this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. One more, Is now in order to consider amendment number 93, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 93, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is a funding restriction. Let me give you a little bit of background. What happened is the federal government was sued by a group of extreme environmental organizations claiming that a new species of whale was in the Gulf of Mexico and that its habitat needed to be restricted in order to ensure the survivability of the species. Mr. Chairman, that sounds like a reasonable approach. The problem is that what happened is that they didn't provide any opportunity for public comment. They did not provide any opportunity for peer-reviewed science. As a matter of fact, the sensors that are supposed to be detecting these species did not even detect species in the area where they're trying to impose restrictions. Mr. Chairman, as a result of this sue and settle operation by the federal government, by the Biden administration. 6 million acres of the Gulf of Mexico have been taken effectively offline or put with significant restriction in the Gulf of Mexico. What this does is this further complicates U.S. energy security. It further restricts opportunities to produce energy domestically. Mr. Chairman, I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purposes does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
So I'm opposing this amendment, which would block the Bureau of Energy Management from implementing the terms of a stay agreement between NOAA and several NGOs related to mitigation measures to protect the Rice's whales in the Gulf of Mexico. I guess my confusion here is that this amendment has already been overtaken by events. On October 27th, NOAA announced that it had denied the petition from several NGOs to establish a mandatory 10-knot speed limit and other vessel-related mitigation measures to protect the Rice's whales in the Gulf of Mexico. Further, NOAA stated that it will not be proceeding with the rulemaking at this time. So I guess I would ask the gentleman, now that he's aware of this development, since this happened just on October 27th, would he consider withdrawing this unnecessary amendment from a bill that's already bloated with riders? It seems to have no purpose.
Are you yielding me time?
And I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Louisiana, my friend, Mr. Higgins.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has been quite focused on destroying the American energy industry. This entire insane focus on allegedly protecting a species of whale in the Gulf of Mexico has been used by the Biden administration to attempt to deeply restrict oil and gas actions in the Gulf of Mexico. Whales, Mr. Speaker, they wanted to stop vessels from moving at night. They wanted to stop vessels from moving over 10 knots. It's insane. Americans are struggling. Inflation is crushing us. American energy industry should be unleashed, not oppressed. I rise in support of my colleagues, Representative Graves' amendment, and I urge all members to support this amendment in support of an American energy industry that should be dominant worldwide. I yield.
The gentleman from Louisiana.
I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine.
Well, once again, I would say, I understand that we have disagreements on energy policy, and I understand that my colleagues often like an opportunity to criticize the Biden administration because they don't agree with their stand on energy policy. But I just want to be clear again, the Biden administration didn't do this. As you said in your remarks, and I clarified, this was an NGO that sued to have this happen, but NOAA stated it's not proceeding with the rulemaking at this time. The Biden administration is not doing this. It's not slowing down boats. It's not stopping boats at night. None of the things that you said were actually true. And in fact, they have backed off on this. So I know we all have moments in our own state. I represent a coastal state. We have all kinds of disagreements on lawsuits that are filed against current practices. But that didn't happen. So could you just withdraw this? Because you've got an amendment about something that isn't happening. And believe me, we got enough disagreement and misinformation, and there's enough harmful riders in this bill. So I would respectfully request that you just withdraw this and acknowledge that none of this actually happened. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Chair, I certainly do appreciate the gentlelady from Maine's concerns, and I appreciate your understanding of one of the two components of what we're discussing today. The component that my friend from Maine is discussing pertains to recreational vessels and port traffic. That is one component, and the gentlelady is correct. However, The component that my friend from Louisiana and I are raising concerns about is the energy component that is impacted. 6 million acres in the Gulf of Mexico are impacted by it. So this is actually a bifurcated decision or approach. One component was rejected. The gentlelady is correct. The component that we're discussing actually is very much live and very much relevant. So I certainly share the concerns that the gentlelady has recognized, and I appreciate that component, but that's not what this amendment pertains to. Therefore, I again insist upon this amendment. I urge adoption and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine.
I appreciate the gentleman's thoughts. I continue to disagree. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, once again, as my friend Mr. Higgins from Louisiana and I have noted, we've watched as this administration has carried out energy policies that are some of the most inexplicable, incomprehensible energy policies I've ever seen. Policies that are resulting in a 40% increase in energy costs for American families, making 1 in every 4 families choose among costs like groceries, utilities, rental payments, and other things that are simply false choices. We can continue down this path that allows Iran to profit $60 billion above the amount they were making before the Biden administration took office, allowing Venezuela to profit $65 billion above the amount that they were making prior to the Biden administration, or we can simply produce American energy, some of the lowest carbon-intense barrels in the world, and actually have American energy security, returning us to American energy security as we saw under the previous administration, rather than these policies that are so punitive on American families, especially those that can least afford it. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 94, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 94, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment prohibits funds from being used to remove any monument on land under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior. For too long, communist Democrats have been hell-bent on erasing our culture, way of life, and our history, whether we agree with it or not. As George Orwell wrote in 1984, they want a future in which every record has been destroyed or falsified, every book has been rewritten, every picture has been repainted, every statue and street and building has been renamed, every date has been altered, and that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. And history has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. In 2020, nearly 168 Confederate symbols were removed across the United States, many of which were violently torn down by radical BLM Antifa activists that burned American cities to the ground. Most recently, the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, that stood for nearly a century in Charlottesville, Virginia, was dismembered and melted down in a 2,250-degree furnace. The news media was quick to flood social media with video posts of the statue's head melting down in fire. This was the message. The communists in our country have made it clear that they will not stop with Robert E. Lee and will continue to do this until George Washington's statue is burning in fire. Whether we agree with the monuments, whether we agree with the history, our history is our lessons now for this generation and for future generations to come. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Your reserves. For what purposes does a gentlewoman from Maine seek
Thank you,
recognition?
Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Look, this amendment is one more controversial poison pill policy rider that sadly shows that the Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. The amendment would prohibit the Department of Interior from removing any monument on land under their jurisdictions. There can be many reasons a monument would need to be removed: health and safety of visitors and staff. This amendment provides no latitude for the department to steward the land and resources they are responsible for. In 15 days, the government will shut down. Yet we are spending time on a bill that will never become law and on this superfluous partisan poison pill rider. We should be focused on creating a bipartisan bill that abides by the agreement reached in the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. So let's do the job we were elected to do, ensure the American people receive the benefits and services they are entitled to. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 1 minute of my time to the gentleman from Louisiana, Clay Higgins.
The gentleman yields time to the gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment, and I thank my colleague for introducing it. Madam Speaker, our history is our history, all of it. We live in an era wherein my Democrat colleagues across the aisle seem to fail to recognize the simple fact that you're rewriting history. You're rewriting history of this body, and American people have lost all trust in any kind of sanity coming out of my Democrat colleagues. You're moving from sea to shining sea, taking down statues. How's that working? How's that going, Madam Speaker? Do we have peace in our time? Is our border okay? Is the world not on fire? Do you have more or less racial problems in America today than you did 20 years ago? It's insane, again, what my Democrat colleagues push. You have Confederate soldiers buried in Arlington. Shall you remove their bones?
The gentleman's time is expired.
I support the amendment, Madam Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Maine reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute of my time to the gentleman.
The gentlewoman yields time to the gentleman from Montana.
Yes, Congressman
Mr.
Zinke.
Zinke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My friend and gentlewoman from Maine may have mentioned that this affects all monuments. In fact, it does not. As a former secretary, monuments are under the Antiquities Act. There's about 163, as I recall. This only pertains to monuments that commemorate the founding fathers of the United States on land under the jurisdiction. I don't recall how many monuments are to the founding fathers, but there's not many. I don't recall any being a safety issue. Matter of fact, I recall all of them being a part of our history and an important part of our history for all to learn. So this does not affect all monuments, nor the safety. What it affects is the very essence of the country. I support this amendment.
From Maine.
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughts of the former Secretary of Interior, and I thank you for your service. But I want to be clear. Let me read this back to you. There may have been an earlier version of this, but this one says, none of the funds made available by this act may be used to remove any monument on land under the jurisdiction of the Department of Interior. I reserve.
The gentleman from Georgia has 1 minute remaining.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Actually, there should be no funds allocated to remove any monument, and there's no necessary reason to remove the monuments. This is the Democrat and the Biden administration's effort to erase our history, just as they have done to the statue of Robert E. Lee. This is an outrage. This is exactly what they do in communist countries. And the Democrats want to accuse us of book burning while we try to get pornography books out of our children's schools. The Democrats will do nothing to stop their attempts to destroy our nation's history, and we must protect it. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I urge its passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentlewoman from Georgia yields. The gentlewoman from Maine.
So just to clear up a couple of things, my colleague mentioned the Founding Fathers. Robert E. Lee was not actually one of the Founding Fathers. He was a General of the Confederacy. That was the city of Charlottesville. That wasn't a national monument when that statue was removed. And I just have to say, I find it rich that the party that has supported book banning in our libraries, rewriting curriculum, not talking about our history over and over again, is the very one that is saying that we have to often keep painful monuments in places where they do damage, where they interfere with people's ability to enjoy the particular area that they're in, and leave it to the Department of Interior to have that discretion. So if we're going to get into talking about book banning and rewriting history, let's have an honest debate about it and talk about the differences between our two parties on this. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 95 will not be offered. In order to consider amendment number 96, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261, for what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
We have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 96, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin.
Pursuant.
Prohibits funds to develop, finalize.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will suspend. Yep. Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
Thank you. My amendment number 96 prohibits funds to develop, finalize, issue, or use assessments under the EPA's Integrated Risk Information System, or IRIS program. The IRIS program has never been authorized by Congress and was created by the EPA out of thin air in the 1980s. It's been heavily criticized by everyone from former EPA officials, the National Academy of Sciences, federal agencies, and the Government Accountability Office. Despite that, the EPA spends $20 to $40 million of taxpayer money per year on the program. IRIS has demonstrated a history of conducting low-quality chemical risk assessments that fail to utilize the best available scientific data and establish very real regulations for private citizens and private companies. EPA has targeted a number of important chemistries, including formaldehyde, uranium, vanadium, critical mineral, ethylene oxide, sterilization of medical equipment, and naphthalene to shut down oil production, as well as others. IRIS risk assessments have been put forth at the expense of American jobs and cost public confidence in chemistries that are critical to the activity across many sectors of the U.S. economy, from agriculture and furniture making to transportation and national security. Bipartisan concerns have been raised repeatedly in Congress about the failure of the IRIS program to utilize sound science and broad input in its evaluations. These concerns have been largely dismissed or ignored. Recently, IRIS has indicated they intend to use the formaldehyde IRIS rule, which is below the level of even human breath and from natural background levels, as the basis for their high-priority risk evaluation and risk management rule for formaldehyde over the next 2 years. It should be obvious these bans on formaldehyde and certain formaldehyde-based products or conditions of use, unachievable workplace standards, orders of magnitude below OSHA or European Union requirements will be damaging will be very damaging mandates for Americans. This would include direct negative impacts on the manufacturing community, including on manufacturing of resins, wood products, adhesives, fertilizers, roofing, coating materials, electrical products, lubricants, fabrics, and other construction materials, as well as energy, transportation, and agriculture end uses. There needs to be a change in the way EPA conducts its business around scientific integrity and accountability in the way in which the federal government conducts chemical risk evaluations. My amendment is in the interest of protecting American safety jobs and ensuring chemical risk assessments conducted by the EPA are driven by the best available science rather than political and ideological agendas. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine, for what purpose to seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The EPA's Integrated Risk Information System identifies and characterizes the health hazards of chemicals found in the environment in an impartial manner. IRIS assessments are critical in understanding the environmental risks we face. This amendment would deny Americans of a valuable tool in understanding the health effects resulting from chronic exposure to chemicals. This includes cancer descriptors that help us better understand which chemicals are most likely to cause cancer. I support the work done by the EPA, and I oppose this amendment. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
Well, I'll point out one more time. We're in a situation here in which our tolerance is well under that of European or other countries. So one more time, we're going to put ourselves in a position in which manufacturing is much more expensive, if not impossible, in the United States compared to other countries. Hence,
Gentlemen, do you yield or reserve?
I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin.
I will yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Now it is in order to consider amendment number 97, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 97, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of my amendment, which prevents any funding from being used to finalize or implement the CEQ's National Environmental Policy Act guidance on consideration of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. Earlier this year, the CEQ issued interim guidance for agencies to analyze greenhouse gas and eliminate change effects of their proposed actions under the National Environmental Policy Act. Madam Chair, for decades, radical environmental groups have weaponized NEPA to attack and block natural resources development. They have done so through a variety of techniques, including by colluding with various federal agencies in sue and settle schemes that have poured massive amounts of money into their coffers while doing very little to actually protect the environment or ensure that we can access and use our federal lands and projects to produce oil and gas, coal, hydropower, and nuclear energy. These are just some of the reasons as to why Republicans in Congress have prioritized the passage of H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Costs Act, which is intended to streamline, improve, and expedite the NEPA process while also ensuring that we are protecting our environment. We can do both, and in fact, we have been doing so for decades. I have had multiple constituents reach out to me over the last year seeking assistance in getting various federal agencies to move important projects along in the process. In one such case, a constituent described being stuck on his fourth and final solicitor's review, a do loop that had been going on for literally years. Although they had completed every single task and done every single thing asked of them multiple times, the agency refused to move forward. My staff has since met with the Office of Surface Mining only to be told that there's a queue, as though that is an adequate answer. To date, there has been no movement on this review. This situation represents a failure of the system, and allowing the CEQ to unilaterally impose radical GHG and global warming requirements on these agencies will not make the situation any better. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and with that I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming.
We simply have no accountability, no taking of responsibility, and no consequences for these agencies who fail to carry out their responsibilities. What that means in the long term is that there is ultimately no more gas for our cars, oil to heat our homes, or energy to power our first world economy. What is my point? We do not need to add any more roadblocks under NEPA, making it even more uncertain and difficult for these agencies to process applications. We don't need any more steps, reviews, analyses, or guidance documents to make NEPA more burdensome to our producers, our small businesses, our ranchers, and our manufacturers. We don't need to make it any more difficult to properly manage our national forests or to maintain our water infrastructure. We have reclamation projects that need to be constructed and maintained. We have forests in dire need of management, and we need these things now, not 10 years from now. My amendment defunds the CEQs and this administration's efforts to use global warming hysteria to further delay such projects that are subject to NEPA. My amendment is also critically important to block CEQ's illegal attempt to avoid compliance with the APA's rulemaking requirements. CEQ doesn't have the authority to issue guidance documents with the force and effect of law, yet that is exactly how this guidance document will be interpreted, as imposing new requirements on project proponents as part of the NEPA review process. We must therefore stop CEQ from implementing a so-called guidance document that is in reality no such thing. CEQ should be forced to go through the public rulemaking process to adopt such wide-ranging changes to the NEPA procedural requirements. The reality is that NEPA was designed to address reasonably foreseeable impacts of a particular project, not to allow agencies to try to guess what temperature it will be 1,000 miles away 75 years from now. I read an article a year ago assessing the global warming hysteria that we are living through. This gentleman who wrote the article made an excellent observation that I believe is worth repeating here. Quote, "The notion that government should impoverish actual human beings as a means of promoting the welfare of humanity is a pagan superstition on par with sacrificing individuals to the sun god." End quote. I couldn't have said it better. We must block the CEQ from pursuing an agenda of impoverishment and government-imposed wretchedness. We must no longer tolerate their bowing to the sun god, and we must return to common sense and rational thinking to our permitting and NEPA process. Please join me in supporting my amendment, and with that I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 98, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 98, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment, which prohibits the implementation and enforcement of the EPA's final rule entitled Clean Water Act Section 401 Water Quality Certification Improvement Rule. The U.S. EPA published in the Federal Register its revised Clean Water Act Section 401 certification rule on September 27th of this year. This proposal was made in direct response to the 2021 Biden executive order that directed agencies to tackle the so-called, quote, climate crisis. This rule applies to 401 certifications, which are water quality certifications issued by state or tribal authorities that verify compliance with water quality requirements. The CWA allows states a great deal of discretion in reviewing and conditioning 401 certifications to ensure compliance with the CWA and state surface water quality standards. This final rule returns to the broader scope of review that was in place prior to the 2020 rule and requires states and tribes to evaluate the water quality related impacts from an entire activity as a whole, including construction and operation, rather than doing what it should, which is solely focusing on the aspect of the activity directly authorized by a given federal license or permit. The final rule also includes a broad definition of the term neighboring jurisdiction, which means that it can include any jurisdiction other than the one in which the discharge originates. The EPA's proposed rule is too broad, is contrary to the clear intent of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, and is outside of the EPA's authority and jurisdiction. My amendment would prohibit the implementation of this wrong-headed rule, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I rise to oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. This is another policy rider designed to block the EPA from doing its work to protect our air, our water, public health. I know my constituents. They look to me to make good decisions because they want to have clean water to drink, to cook, to bathe in. And the EPA, working alongside of the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, ensures that we have the best water quality standards around. So, Madam Chair, on behalf of the 4th District of Minnesota, I oppose this amendment. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming.
We all want clean water. This rule has nothing to do with that. This has to do with the EPA controlling and dictating matters that they have no business being involved with. This proposal will put many pending projects at risk, including mining projects, and will force the courts to make the final determinations with regard to such projects by interpreting and applying two extremely vague and ambiguous provisions included in the new rule. This situation will ultimately result in a significant loss of investment in mining projects throughout the country, and it will cause greater regulatory uncertainty and inefficiency. My amendment will block the EPA from implementing this wrong-headed rule, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. Not only does this rule broaden reviews and jurisdiction for permit requirements, but it substantially expands the jurisdiction of states to regulate even those waters that are not considered navigable waters under of the United States as required by the Clean Water Act. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality had this to say about the rule. Quote, "We are deeply concerned with EPA's blatant claims in the preamble of the rule to use the Section 401 certification process as a mechanism to expand federal jurisdiction into waters that are not waters of the United States." End quote. Wyoming DEQ also highlighted the burdens that would be imposed on entities due to broadening the scope of activities measured under this certification to, quote, "include conditions unrelated or only speculative related to water quality." And I will say it again. We all want clean water. This rule has nothing to do with that. EPA's new interpretation of Section 401 and its efforts to broaden states' authority over water bodies and features that are outside of the jurisdiction of the Clean Water Act must be stopped. We are fed up with the EPA using the Clean Water Act as part of its efforts to implement this administration's radical environmental agenda and land grab. My amendment is designed to stop this nonsense, to block the EPA's misinterpretation and application of Section 401 of the Clean Water Act, and to force the EPA to follow the law. I urge my colleagues to adopt it, and with that I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 99, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment to this.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 99, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my amendment, which will stop the federal land grab happening in my district by the Fish and Wildlife Service. My amendment will prohibit funds from being used to implement the horrible proposed rule to list the Texas kangaroo rat as endangered. Under its proposed rule, the Fish and Wildlife Service will designate 600,000 acres as critical habitat across 5 counties in my district. This decision is a massive overreach by the federal government that will simultaneously harm the farmers and ranchers in my district, which, by the way, is the #1 ag district in the state, and will simultaneously crush the struggling oil and gas industry. The state of Texas has long been committed to promoting and protecting our wildlife and natural habitats through voluntary conservation efforts that balance responsible stewardship and economic development. This horribly flawed rule proposal is a completely unnecessary action from the Biden administration, as the state of Texas has already taken the initiative to preserve the Texas kangaroo rat. Action has already been taken to address the conservation needs of the species while accounting for the unique needs of landowners in North Texas, which results in thousands of acres of land already being utilized to conserve the species without punishing private citizens or the ag and energy sectors. Unfortunately, the always radical Biden administration decided to ignore the ongoing efforts and impose unnecessary and aggressive federal interference. The Fish and Wildlife Service's endangered listing of the Texas kangaroo rat will have drastic ramifications on the farming and ranching industry in Texas. If this proposed rule goes into effect, agriculture producers in my district could be subject to civil and criminal penalties handed out by radical Biden administration officials who will stop at nothing to advance its Green New Deal agenda, meaning farmers and ranchers could face up to 1 year imprisonment and tens of thousands of dollars in fines for accidental or even perceived injury of a Texas kangaroo rat or its habitat. The Texas kangaroo rat can only thrive when there is sparse short grasses and small stubble, which is exactly what our farmers and ranchers provide when grazing cattle. The farming and ranching industries are the backbone of our unique Texas history, heritage, and economy. Unfortunately, the heavy hand of the federal bureaucracy once again is looking to destroy that. If this proposed rule goes into effect, it will significantly restrict the way our ranchers can use their land, setting a dangerous precedent of federal overreach into agricultural production that will have far-reaching consequences for not only Texas, but our entire nation. The agriculture industry is already being hit with rising costs due to the historic inflation caused by Bidenomics, and this new rule will only intensify these struggles. Texas has a proud history of responsible land management and conservation, and for any effort to succeed, it must be driven by local communities rather than bureaucrats in Washington. I urge every member in this body to support my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Ecosystems are under stress, and they're declining globally at rates we couldn't even have imagined. In this human history, we'll have more than 1 million species currently threatened with extinction within many decades. It'll happen within some of our lifetimes. This amendment seeks to legislate species rather than providing species with the protections that are afforded under the Endangered Species Act. The species live somewhere. The Endangered Species Act protects the habitat. Just think of the bald eagle and what we did to protect that, and how proud we all are of what we did to protect that. That was other members of Congress. Now we have the responsibility to do the same thing for the next generation. This law would also potentially increase litigation regarding the government's responsibility to implement the statutory requirements under the Endangered Species Act. So that means more litigation, more taxpayers' dollars spent in litigation. The best available science and commercial information, not politics, should determine whether a species is listed, threatened, or endangered. This amendment circumvents the rigorous process that's put in place to make those scientific determinations, as well as the role of public input. There's public input that goes into this. The primary factor influencing the viability of the Texas kangaroo rat is loss of its habitat, largely due to historical land use changes. Human activities threaten and diminish animal habitats. They pollute nature. They accelerate global warming that are driving species to extinction and creating more unhealthy ecosystems. When we lose a species, it impacts and reverberates throughout our ecosystem, and we all suffer: our economy, our public health, livelihoods, food security, and a quality of life that all depend upon ecosystems working together. Defunding the service's ability to list a species would work against the clear intent of the Endangered Species Act and would, as I said before, cause more litigation by outside groups, not less, more litigation causing taxpayers more money. And most importantly, Madam Chair, it would also undercut the service's ability to work collaboratively with tribes who seek help on ecosystem protection, other federal agencies, states and local communities, and landowners who wish and want to work cooperatively to conserve species. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and to protect vulnerable species so that future generations can benefit from a world with healthy ecosystems and robust biodiversity, just as previous generations did for us. And the best example is the American bald eagle. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, there are no better stewards of the land and the animals in Texas than the farmers and ranchers in Texas' 13th Congressional District. We do not need the federal government telling us how to accomplish this. I appreciate having the support of all my colleagues, and I urge everyone to vote yes on this amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 100, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 100, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman. My amendment tonight would stop the latest in a series of land grabs in the West by the Biden administration. Many of the presidential proclamations and executive actions enabling these land grabs stem from Section 216 of Executive Order 14,008, signed by President Biden just a week after taking office. This order stated this 30 by 30 plan, which seeks to restrict and lock away 30% of this nation's public lands by the year 2030. 3430 is a nice series on ESPN about sports figures, but 30 by 30 is very dangerous for us in the West. In support of this executive initiative, the Bureau of Land Management published a new resource management plan for Northwest California at the end of September. Much of the BLM plan area overlaps with my own congressional district. In total, the so-called preferred alternative detailed in BLM's draft management plan would designate 42,000 acres as protected for the environment or for conservation. Under the Bureau's current management plan, just 100 acres of land are labeled suitable for wild and scenic river designations. But this draft of plan would see that the number would explode to nearly 34,000 acres. The difference between 100 acres is 1/6 of a square mile, and 34,000 is 53 square miles. In Shasta County, 33,000 more acres would be labeled areas of critical environmental concern. Concern. We can be concerned about just about anything around here, can't we? And several thousand more would be removed from eligibility for livestock grazing. Grazing, which is known to be very helpful in fire suppression and actually stirring the land and having things grow. So the same interest groups that are supportive of this management plan are also behind a continuous push to remove hydroelectric dams, now on Butte Creek, as well as the ones we're suffering up around the Klamath River. And this would prevent recreational fishing on Butte Creek. Madam Chairman, the 30 by 30 plan is indicative of how much environmentalists just don't understand real life for rural Americans and certainly life for the people in my own congressional district. If environmentalists actually lived in the Churn Creek bottom or up in Magalia, they would understand that my constituents who do live here want to take care of the natural resources. The folks in Churn Creek bottom don't just graze without regard to the health of the land. They know, because they live there, that they'll need to graze this land again in a few months, in a few years, in 10 years, and on, as many families have been doing for 6 generations in my district. In my life, I'm really a rice farmer. I would fight to protect our rivers from pollution because it's bad for my crops and for my neighbors. This isn't rocket science, folks. Beyond my farm, the waterways in the Sacramento Valley, they need to be clean because people like to recreate, like to fish, and just have a nice environment. No, we're not bad stewards of the land. We certainly don't need Biden coming in, setting aside 30% of all lands in just 7 scant years. Bureaucrats with orders from D.C., however, should not be telling Americans to stay away from their public lands. They already know how to take care of their lands and their rivers. Most of these resources are the lifeblood of each and every rural town anyway. So I urge adoption of this amendment in order to keep just a little more freedom and a little more possibilities for an economy and a lifestyle that was once normal in rural America. I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This is just another more controversial poison pill writer that sadly shows some of the extremes that Republicans will go to. Now, we need to be interested in laws that can gain bipartisan support and become law because people want us to work together and move forward. The draconian cuts proposed in this bill violate the agreement that was reached by Speaker McCarthy and President Biden that were memorialized in Statute Public Law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. I voted for that in good faith and thought we as a Congress were going to honor that commitment to those spending levels. But now that I've said that, I want to get back to the amendment. In accordance with the National Environment Policy Act and the Federal Land Policy Management Act of 1976, the BLM drafted a proposed draft resource management plan and an environmental impact statement that's currently open for a 90-day comment period. So the public has been asked to comment, your constituents can comment, and we've asked them to do that. But this amendment would prohibit the BLM from providing an updated, comprehensive, and environmentally adequate framework for managing the uses of the public lands and resources. We're here to protect the overall welfare of the American public and to preserve our lands and resources for future generations. But, unfortunately, this would be disregarding the law and trying to circumvent the rigorous process that's in place to update the management plans to better address the larger, higher in density wildland fires, for example, something I know that the gentleman and I both have worked on and both agree that we need to do so much more on to protect our public lands from wildland fires and private lands from it as well. But what this amendment does is it nullifies that public comment I was talking about before. 90 days public comment. We've invited the public in to make comments. We're currently collecting them. And this amendment would say, you know, we asked you to comment, but we're just going to totally disregard it. We're not going to even look at it. So I believe we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change. We are experiencing our economy, our health, our livelihoods, food security, and quality of life all depends upon healthy ecosystems. And so does reducing and suppressing wildland fires, for example. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on work we can do together to address climate change and together being good stewards of our public lands and resources for the benefit of future generations. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
You know, Madam Chairman, I've been hearing all day about, well, we need more plans that can gain bipartisan support. Yet the people I represent, especially the northern part of my district, don't feel like there's bipartisan support when the federal agencies come in and take away their water, make it where they can't access their land. They can't get grazing permits anymore. It's crammed down their throats by administration that's listening to somebody else rather than them. And so that doesn't sound very bipartisan because it's putting these people out of business who have been successful for 5, 6 generations on being good stewards of the land Yet, now it's not good enough because of something called climate change, which CO2 only represents 0.04% of our atmosphere. That's hardly measurable. Yet we're going hell-bent on ruining our economy, ruining people's lives, ruining legacies because of something that people that fly in their private jets to Davos like to talk about and put upon us. 30 for 30 does not do anything for climate change. It just makes it just about impossible to produce domestic food, domestic energy, etc. in this country. So that's why I'm running this amendment, and I appreciate your aye vote. I yield back.
From California, Mr. LaMalfa yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 101, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 101, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed, each will have 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my amendment 101 to H.R. 4821, the Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill for 2024. My amendment 101 reduces the salary of Matthew Tejada, the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Environmental Justice at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, to $1. As the Deputy Assistant Administrator, he often propagates divisive rhetoric and pushes the Biden administration's disastrous environmental justice initiatives onto American communities. While in his position, Matthew Tejada has made divisive and inflammatory remarks attributing his de-investment in some areas like East St. Louis to racism and referred to this as the genocide of communities. This sort of rhetoric is a tool used by the radical left to create a greater divide across the nation. Matthew Tejada has even said that he wants to use millions of federal tax dollars to fix environmental racism. As a conservative, I support protecting the environment. One of my favorite presidents, matter of fact, my favorite president, Teddy Roosevelt, was a Republican and one of the greatest champions of environmental conservation. However, I do not support taking a benign policy topic and twisting it into a controversial issue used by the government to further its own political agenda. This year, the EPA received $108 million to go towards funding environmental justice programs and projects, such as the Biden administration's Executive Order 13985, which instructs the EPA to enact Equity Action Plan. I am strongly opposed to wasting American tax dollars and on the issues that will further divide the country. Investing in our communities is important. However, incorporating race into an unrelated issue is simply virtue signaling, which is unhelpful and divisive. The Biden administration should focus on unifying the country rather than dividing us so that we can combat the real issues our country is facing, like the emergency at the southern border, rising inflation, and the multiple crises happening overseas. With that, I reserve the remainder of time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I know that the gentleman doesn't see it this way, but I see this amendment as petty and punitive. The EPA and environmental justice. Well, I live in a corridor. It's called I-94. And there was a thriving African-American community there. Absolutely thriving. Undertakers, dentists, doctors, dry cleaners, grocery stores. It was an amazing place. But it was a place of the least political resistance to put a highway through, rather than over by the cathedral, which got a different speed limit and some other things that happened, or the mansions on Summit Avenue Hill, just a couple blocks away. Snelling Avenue in my district, some of the worst air quality for the homes that live in around there because of the freeway there. I can give example after example, and I just use transportation, but I can use things that, I grew up in South St. Paul, Rivertown, meatpacking plant. Swifts and Armors could just throw their waste right into the Mississippi River. The state of Wisconsin sued us not only for that waste, but for the waste of our municipal waste plant that was there, and that was in the poorest neighborhood around between Dakota and Washington County. It's not, you can say it's about race, yeah, but it's about people who were taken advantage of because it was the most expedient thing to do. And now the Biden administration and other administrations have said, you know what? We have a responsibility to clean that up. We have a responsibility to do better. And that's a role that the environmental pollution control agencies should be involved in, because the water, the air, and the soil in many of these places is not any place where we would make an investment or where you would want to buy something. So I understand the gentleman has his viewpoint on what's going on. I just want you to hear from myself and on behalf of my constituents who are working to rectify a wrong, and we're doing it in a positive way that moves forward. That's not dividing our communities, but it's uniting our communities. So I don't think when we're mad at something or a policy that we should be going after individual public servants. And I would like to move forward, Madam Chair, and negotiate with the Senate a bill to fund the government and to move the EPA moving forward so we have clean air, clean water, and we protect our soil. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Georgia.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
I actually appreciate your comments. As a former student body president at Morehouse School of Medicine, a minority university, I appreciate the diversity that our country represents. The problem I have is that when we're trying to save the environment, which I have no problem with, I've already stated that my dad was a forest ranger. Teddy Roosevelt was my favorite president. I want to protect the environment. I just don't want to make it an issue about race. I believe we should protect all people, regardless of their skin color. I believe in equal opportunities. I believe that if it's the right thing to do, we do it, regardless of what race, what religion, what gender. No matter what the people are, they're Americans, and they deserve the very best from their government. The fact is, we're literally using the government to call the government racist. The very people who are put in charge by President Biden are calling people who are put in charge by the same governmental people racist. It's an inconsistency of thought, and it is divisive. And so therefore, I would say, I humbly ask my colleagues to support my amendment to hold federal bureaucrats accountable. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I was seeking recognition. You didn't see me.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, or offered by the gentleman from Georgia, will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 102, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 102, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer my amendment number 102 to H.R. 4821, the Interior and Environmental Appropriations Bill for 2024. My amendment would prohibit funds from this act from implementing President Biden's burdensome and irresponsible executive orders 14037, 14057, and 14096. Executive Orders 14037 and 14057 are just more examples of Biden's administration's overreaching and out-of-touch energy regulations. The idea that the American people want the consequences of 100% of their electricity to be carbon pollution-free by 2030. 100% of the government vehicles to be zero emissions by 2035, and 50% of all new passenger cars and light trucks sold in the United States to be electric by 2030 shows just how ignorant this current administration is to the challenge of everyday Americans that are facing these problems. Now, pay attention. EV popularity is waning, and it's expensive. Every day, Americans are worried about the skyrocketing cost of groceries and gas prices, or whether their next paycheck will cover all their bills, to include their electricity bill. The last thing they're thinking about is trying to afford an electrical vehicle that the Biden administration's strict standards and on average cost $17,000 more than a gas-powered vehicle. And oh, by the way, for a guy who owns a Tesla and who just had to replace a battery, that's another $17,000 on top of that. And your battery will go bad. Anybody who has a cell phone understands that. These executive orders will hurt low-income Americans most of all. The Biden administration claims to protect those people. As we look at Executive Order 14096, we see a pattern as the Biden administration chooses to focus on programs that divide the American people rather than unite us. Madam Chair, instead of simply promoting conservation efforts, which most Americans agree that are important, this administration continues to use divisive rhetoric behind environmental justice, which does not benefit the poor. Examples of this divisive rhetoric in the executive order include remnants of discrimination continue to persist today. We're talking about EV vehicles. The communities with environmental justice concerns face entrenched disparities. I tell you what, the disparities will be from those who cannot afford these very vehicles that are required. Our country needs unifying language and leadership. The Biden administration fails that test. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment number 102 to ensure that American taxpayer dollars are not being spent on frivolous and polarizing initiatives. With that, I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition.
Woman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused. I serve on this committee, and one of the debates that we had when we were doing the markup, and the chair probably remembers, is how in the base bill, all the money that you're talking about was stripped out. It's gone. We couldn't find offsets to put it back in, but it's gone. So the money that the gentleman's referring to is gone. $1.4 billion was taken from EG and the Inflation Reduction Act. It was taken away, so it's gone. But just getting into what we tried to do, Democrats did try to make historic investments in environmental justice, and the EPA has been able to put some of those dollars to use. But as I said, there is no EJ funding, zero, in the base bill. And it's unfortunate because I think environmental justice, as I said earlier, make sure that everybody gets the same degree of protection from environmental health hazards. Rural income communities, and the community that I grew up in that is an older suburb, but at the time was very rural, they were targeted by corporations and regulatory agencies, local planning boards and that, because the land was cheap, because the land had been polluted, and then they just kept citing more pollution around it. Like landfills or waste transfer station. Oh, that's a good place to put an incinerator. Garbage dumps. The amount of concentration of pollution in some of these areas is really mind-boggling, because it's already polluted, so we could just put a little more there. And because of all that pollution in these areas, and I know you mentioned you're a doctor, so I know that when you're exposed to a lot of chemicals, when you're exposed to a lot of toxins, you have higher health disparities and shorter lifespans. And that's all documented. That's documented in these populations, higher cancer rates. So, as I said, the money's gone, unfortunately. I hope we can work with the Senate to put some things back. But I want my colleagues to just think for a minute that some of these communities started out with one waste facility or one toxic plant, and then another one and another one and another one came, and house values went down, and pretty soon no one wanted to live there. And in my case, in my community, it was right on the Mississippi River. So I'm a little confused, talking about the funding in this bill that no longer exists, and I'm just going to reserve the balance of my time because I think, Madam Chair, you and the members of this House know how I feel about this, and I strongly oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Georgia.
I appreciate you pointing out the equity of environment and your concerns for the people. Knowing the people and knowing myself when I grew up, having to supply my own insurance, supply my own gas, supply my own car, which I bought for $1,295 for a 1971 Datsun 510 with 141,000 miles on it. I couldn't afford anything other than that. Couldn't afford any better insurance. My mom didn't have an insurance policy. Imagine a 16-year-old nowadays having their own insurance policy, not on their parents' plan. I was in survival mode, which a lot of these people that you're talking about in these communities are in. That's all they can afford. A used gas vehicle to get to their job, to be independent, to live a dignified life where they can sustain themselves. Not because they were told by the government, you will do this because I'm protecting you, but they had a choice. A choice because we trust people more than we trust government. And isn't that what this whole argument is about? Do we trust the government to know better what's for our family and our choices, whether it be what we drive, where we work, what our emissions are? Do we trust the American people no matter what the color of their skin is? Or do we trust the American government to be the moral standard of who we are and what we represent? Who do you trust? What is equity? Is equity when the government decides everybody will be equal, or when a person has the choice based on their God-given right to self-determine, regardless of the color of their skin, regardless of their gender, regardless of their religion, that they have the freedom of choice to decide their fate based on their own challenges? That's what this argument's about. Do we self-determine, or do we let the American government become our moral standard of what's right and wrong, of what's good for me? I choose the individual over the government. I believe that's the foundation of our government. I believe that's the foundation of our Constitution, and I believe that is the inalienable right that God gave us. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota. The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. Hurry up. I'm getting this over with. It is now in order to consider amendment number 103, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 103, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in support of my amendment that would reduce Deputy Assistant Administrator Jake Lee's salary to $1. Mr. Lee oversees all pesticide programs at the Biden EPA. The Biden EPA has consistently politicized crop production tools, creating uncertainty for farmers. In their most recent attack on farmers and ranchers, the Biden EPA released a new herbicide strategy at the request of the radical climate cult lobby. This program would force farmers to implement costly mitigation measures, likely forcing them out of production entirely. According to the Biden administration's own estimates, this program could cost more than $5 billion for all corn acres in Illinois, Iowa, and Nebraska alone. This is just one more example of how the Biden administration puts left-wing political agenda ahead of farmers who grow food to feed America and the world. Please join me in supporting this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
So here we go again. We're attacking the salary of a person who's doing the job, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee has a really important job. Mr. Lee's job is to regulate pesticides. Pesticides can be toxic. And one of the things that got me involved in politics back when I served on the Natural Resources and Agriculture Subcommittee back in the state of Minnesota was all the reading that we were doing about the accumulation of pesticides on food that children were ingesting, because all the studies had been done for pesticides on an adult healthy male and how it could affect their development in that. Then the more I learned about pesticides, and they're important. They're important. They're an important tool in our agriculture. We feed the world. We feed our folks here. But if a pesticide isn't regulated, and I don't have the names right in front of me, and Madam Chair, I'll get them submitted for the record, some of them are water soluble. So we learned a lot about how pesticides companies would come in and they would target, local farmers and, say, here, use this pesticide, this is great. But it didn't break down in water. It would get into well water. It would get into streams. It would, do terrible things to the ecosystem in the streams. And we in Minnesota, and some of us is like, well, our farmers didn't want that, but they weren't scientists on a lot of that. So who do they turn to? They turn to scientific experts to do the due diligence, to check these pesticides out. So when and if they're used properly. So they do no harm. They only do good. So I would urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, support the EPA in its work to protect our public health and to protect our environment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I would please...
the agreement is agreed to. However, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 104, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 104, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise in support of my amendment that would prohibit funding for the Solar for All program. During an Agriculture Committee hearing earlier this year, the EPA administrator told me, and I quote, "The EPA does not incentivize solar panels." This program clearly demonstrates he was not being truthful in his testimony. Under the Biden administration's Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the EPA has announced a $7 billion subsidy for solar panels. China completely controls the solar panel industry, and we should not be using taxpayer money to subsidize our adversaries in the name of a left-wing political ideology. According to the EPA's own website, solar panels contain hazardous materials that are harmful to humans. In my home state of Illinois, a school roof lit on fire due to excessive heat generated by solar panels on the roof. The Biden administration needs to stop prioritizing the left's radical climate agenda over the energy needs of the American people. Please join me in supporting this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We are now only 15 days away from a government shutdown, and instead of focusing on keeping the government open and we're working on a bill that's going nowhere. The draconian cuts that I talked about earlier in this bill violate the agreement reached by former Speaker McCarthy and President Biden that were memorialized in Statute and Public Law 118-5, the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. We would not be teetering on the brink of a government shutdown if my Republican colleagues had upheld their end of the bargain and funded at the levels we had agreed to, a vote that I did take in this body, so I feel I had a vested interest in thinking that we were going to honor that agreement. We are here to protect the welfare of the American people, and we cannot close our eyes to the impacts of climate change, drought, flooding, severe storm, wildland fires that we're experiencing. As of October 10th, the United States has experienced 24 confirmed weather climate disaster events, with losses exceeding $1 billion each, and this is a new record. I could talk about the money that the Department of Defense in the billions of dollars is having to spend to make buildings resilient and to try to prevent buildings from collapsing due to these extreme weather events. The Department of Defense sees climate change. The Department of Defense sees climate change, I want to stress this, as a national security issue. The Department of Defense invests in solar, and the EPA should. When we have solar available, it's something that is a strategy that will help us in preventing the acceleration of climate change, instead of paying billions of dollars in disaster relief. I don't think that's what's best for the American taxpayer. So our economy, our health, our livelihoods, our food security, our quality of life all depend upon healthy ecosystems, a healthy planet, and doing what we can to mitigate climate change. I want to just state again that we have been working to bring wind and solar and bring the cost down. And many states, including Texas, are embracing a lot of this. And a lot of small businesses are coming forward. And I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle. I don't want to be purchasing solar panels from China. I want to manufacture right here in the United States as part of a full energy embrace mix. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment and focus instead on addressing climate change, making our nation stronger, and agreeing with the Department of Defense that climate change is a national security issue. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Illinois.
I would like to remind my friends on the other side that China controls the mining of rare earth minerals used to produce solar panels. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 106, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 106, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Nails of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nails, a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment would simply prohibit funds to be used for the shooting of cattle. The shooting of cattle in the Gila National Forest or any other national forest. Folks, let me tell you why this issue is so important. I am offering this amendment to ensure that the voices of the concerned residents of New Mexico and cattle grazers across the country are heard. The Forest Service has been using your hard-earned taxpayer dollars to issue and execute aerial kill orders for feral cattle in the Gila National Forest due to environmental concerns. The Forest Service defines feral cattle as cattle without brands, ear tags, or other signs of ownership. However, it is oftentimes difficult to tell the difference between a feral cow and a non-feral cow. My staff and I tried it. We couldn't tell the difference. Even if the cows are feral, under New Mexico state law, feral cows are the property of the New Mexico Livestock Board, which opposed the actions taken by the Forest Service to shoot these cattle in the first place. Cattle grazers are rightfully concerned that their own branded cattle could have ventured into the area in question due to fences being burned down by wildfires or damage from an unusually strong monsoon season. The area in question in the Gila National Forest comprises of over 500,000 folks, 500,000 acres, and only 19 of the estimated 50 to 250 feral cattle were killed. After the aerial shooting of cattle takes place with high-powered rifles, the Forest Service leaves the cattle carcasses to decompose without removal. They don't care. The Forest Service is clearly appeasing radical environmentalists and is not taking in the concerns of local landowners and cattle grazers. Even New Mexico Governor Grisham, the very liberal governor, said that the federal government needed to do a better job of listening to residents about this issue. And to my colleagues in Congress, whether it's local landowners, cattle grazers, the New Mexico Livestock Board, the New Mexico Farm Bureau, or Grant County cattle growers, they've all voiced their support for my amendment. And to my colleagues on the left, even prominent animal rights organizations, such as Animal Wellness Action, the Animal Wellness Foundation, and the Center for a Humane Economy have all come out in support of my amendment. With that, I believe I should be able to sit down and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seek time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. We oppose this amendment. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas.
I don't believe I have to say any more. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 107, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 107, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Nails of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nails, a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of my amendment before us today, which would prohibit funds for the EPA's Clean Bus Program. Let's get right to it, folks. Every member of Congress and their staff searching for a pay-for, here it is, cite this worthless program. There is no need for the American taxpayer to continue to foot the bill for activities like this. This program provides $5 billion, that's $5 billion with a B, over 5 years to replace existing school buses with zero-emission and low-emission models. While schools are failing our students, everybody knows it, the Biden administration would rather facilitate the transition of school bus fleets to zero-emission, low-emission, and electric bus alternatives when we have perfectly capable buses now. They work every day. A majority of 8th graders in our nation are at basic and below proficiency levels when it comes to math and reading, yet we are focused on electrifying our bus fleets. Help me make that make sense. Help me make that make sense. With limited government funds and a national debt out of control, pet projects for this radical environmental ideology is not functionable and has no place in a Republican-controlled House of Representatives. Furthermore, EPA's top watchdog also said that he's not confident in the way the agency has been handing out billions of dollars under this new program. And I quote, "We have seen this before. The equation of an unprepared agency dispensing an unprecedented amount of money times a larger number of struggling recipients equals a high risk of fraud, waste, and abuse," end quote. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to prohibit funds for EPA's so-called Clean Bus Program and to prioritize the most immediate needs of the American people. Thank you. And with that, I will reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purposes the gentlewoman from Maine seek
I claim time in
recognition?
opposition.
The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just sad about this. I really don't understand why my colleague would want to roll back this great program on clean school buses. I just don't understand. I mean, first off, you have to deny that climate change is real in order to say we shouldn't be doing significant things like this, converting our transportation system, which is an enormous part of climate change challenges, converting our transportation system to electric vehicles. So we've had this program since the IIJA, which was actually a bipartisan program. Perhaps you didn't vote for it, you may not have agreed with it, but it was a bipartisan bill. And this was in that bill. So this funding is already out there. And I had the good fortune of talking to someone who works in one of the school programs where they have the Clean School Bus program. He couldn't say enough good things about it. He couldn't say enough about how good it has been for their district. Number one, I don't know if you know this about electric vehicles, but your maintenance costs go way down. For most communities who have big school bus fleets, they have to have a maintenance barn. They have to have maintenance members who work in there. And this has reduced greatly their costs for maintaining the vehicles because there's not a lot of component parts in an electric vehicle. He also told me that they have a little competition with the bus drivers. Each one is trying to figure out how long can I go on a charge? How does my bus work? They're all very engaged in this process. And also importantly, there are no emissions from this bus. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I was talking about the high asthma rate in my state. We're one of the top 10 in the country in asthma rates, and that means asthma in kids. So for kids to be able to ride on a bus that has no emissions, it's just that much better for their health and well-being. There are no good reasons to want to eliminate this. We've already funded it. There is no funding in this bill. You're just talking about this as sort of a grudge match against electric school buses, which frankly, there are more important problems to deal with in this country. We have already funded this. School districts are already implementing this, applying for this. It's reducing their maintenance costs. They feel very good about these buses. I suggest you go talk to a school district, maybe one in your own district, your congressional district, and ask them how they feel about this, how it's working for their community. You are opposing something that has gone very well. You are trying to prohibit a program that runs on cleaner fuel, that will reduce the impact school buses have on climate change. You're doing something good for America in this program, good for our schools, good for the health of our kids. There's no possible reason to want to do this. That's why I said, just makes me sad. I reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, buses are a mode of transportation to get our prized possessions to the school. Now, my colleague mentioned about, the kids talking with the bus driver, saying how far can the bus get? They're trying to do some math. I would probably figure the kid probably doesn't even know the math because our schools are failing. So the point is, it's prioritizing the need. We have to help educate our kids. The school system is failing. They're failing in states across our country, mostly in these very, very large cities run by liberals, mayors and city councils. So let's get our priorities straight. Let's help the kids and not worry about the mode of transportation we have to get them there. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Maine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if my colleague is so concerned about the challenges that students are facing in our schools, and I admit many schools are facing challenges because kids have been home during the pandemic, they've had a lot of setbacks, we're in a very difficult time in our world, kids have a lot to worry about, I would suggest that he debates another bill and is in support of encouraging more funding for the Department of Education. That would be a good place to put his concerns. But I would have to say, there's no reason to be concerned about the school buses. In fact, we should be happy about the school buses because we are implementing electrification of our fleet. We are helping the well-being of our students by making sure there are less emission from those buses and they can ride on buses with cleaner air. And we are reducing the costs of schools who are able to use these electric buses. So I am in strong support of making sure that we have more electrification of our school buses. I encourage my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields. The gentleman from Texas, time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair,
request a recorded vote, Madam.
The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentlewoman has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 108, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 108, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've been sitting here for about an hour listening to the debate back and forth on amendments. The amendments the Republicans are putting up are wanting to put some fiscal sanity back in this House. My good friends on the left are wanting to spend more money. The priorities and the cancer in this country is the bankruptcy of America. And that's one of the things the bills that the amendments I will have will offer to cut programs that need to be cut. The Amendment 108 prohibits funding for the American Climate Corps. My amendment would prohibit funding for the American Climate Corps that the Biden administration recently established through executive order. This costs, by the way, $30 billion. The Biden administration describes the American Climate Corps as a workforce training and service initiative for careers in the clean energy and climate reliance economy. As part of the administration's Justice 40 goal, the Corps will focus on equity and environmental justice. The American Climate Corps will cost, as I mentioned, $30 billion. Instead of funding Democrat woke climate agenda, why don't we focus on pro-growth agendas that spur the economy and prioritize the American energy? I urge support of my amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I have to say I'm perplexed that anyone would not want to provide good-paying jobs that will help our nation tackle the climate crisis and build a stronger country. The goal of the American Climate Corps is to put more than 20,000 young people on career pathways in the growing fields of clean energy, conservation, and climate resilience. In launching this amendment, launching this effort, President Biden is calling on tribal, state, and local governments, labor unions, nonprofit service allies, the private sector, and philanthropy to collaborate with the federal government to build on current relationships and expand skills-based training partnerships to ensure our workforce is ready to meet the climate crisis. We have seen the devastation to coastal communities impacted by hurricanes and tropical storms. Why would we not want to train our youth to restore coastal wetlands that can protect communities from storm surges? We know the damage and loss that accompanies wildfires across our nation. So why would we not want to train youth to manage forests to improve health and prevent catastrophic wildfires? We know the power of skills-based training as a tool to expand pathways into good-paying jobs. Let's not deny our youth this opportunity. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've met a lot of the people, the young people in the Corps. They're good people. They build bridges. They build roads in our national forests. Now, to task them with stopping storms and stopping hurricanes, that's preposterous. They do active work. To say they can affect that is just, it's laughable if it wasn't so serious. Democrats want to focus on social movements and further entrench environmental justice in the bureaucracy. These priorities are misguided and harmful. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Ensure that we don't waste more valuable tax dollars and resources to fund the Biden administration's radical climate agenda. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you very much. I don't remember mentioning social movements or environmental justice, although I do think environmental justice is very important. I was talking about skill training and making sure our youth are prepared for the jobs of the futures. I don't anticipate that they can stop storms. That would be Herculean, and I don't think anyone can stop climate change at this point, but I think they can help us deal with catastrophic wildfires, with coastal resilience. We can train people for skills of the future. This is a wonderful opportunity for our young people. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 109, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 109, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This is another spend-a-thon by my friends from the left. My amendment would prohibit funding for the rule titled Control of Air Pollution from New Motor Vehicles, Heavy-Duty Engine and Vehicle Standards. My good friend Ms. Miller and her family are big-time farmers in Illinois. And anybody that farms the land, let me tell you what this is going to affect. As far as the actual vehicles, it affects all models in model year 2027. EPA tightened the NOx emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles in 2001. The new standards are 80% more stringent than the current rules. The examples of heavy-duty trucks is going to affect every farmer in this country. Applies to engines used in a broad spectrum of heavy-duty vehicles, including trucks from Class 2B. That's the Ford F-250. Through the Class 8, these are semi-trucks. It affects mobile homes. It affects school buses. It affects pickup trucks and vans. The cost is from $2,568 per vehicle up to $8,304 for new equipment on semi-trucks. The American truck dealers estimate it's more than a 42,000 increase. That's per truck. Talking about putting people out of business. Talking about attacking farmers and everyday Americans. This overreach of government could reach over $55 billion in the lifetime of the program. I urge my colleagues on the left to reconsider this vast overreach of government. I reserve the balance of my time.
And from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this regulation will cost, the compliance cost is unbelievably high. Owners and operators of trucks will be forced to leave the market or keep less safe trucks on the road. And according to the Truckload Carriers Association, the rule outpaces available technology and would worsen the already tightly equipped market. I hope everyone that is tuning in tonight listens to what this amendment will do to every American in this country, regardless if you're a farmer. If you just own a pickup truck, this is what you're talking about. I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 110, granted in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 110, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member of the opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, my amendment will prohibit funding for policies that advance the Biden administration's radical diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. Specifically, my amendment would prohibit the use of funds for the Department of the Interior's Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Civil Rights. This office's goal is to promote equity and justice for all Americans. What does that mean? I think what they mean is they want equal outcomes instead of equal opportunity. What this does is further entrench environmental justice in the bureaucracy in and of itself. From the military to corporations to federal agencies, we have seen time and time again that the DEI mission fosters tribalism in the workplace. It undermines our shared American identity and distracts from the missions of our federal agencies. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
One of our greatest strengths as a nation is our diversity. The American experience is not a singular experience, and diversity programs exist to recognize this. The fact is, and business leaders agree, having a diverse and inclusive culture in the workplace is critical to performance. Attempting to defund or block the implementation of these efforts only takes us back to a time where our nation's diversity was not seen as an asset. I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I close out by saying the cancer in this country is $33 trillion in debt. Companies have to expend funds for this, which the interest alone is over $20,000 per second. The interest alone, and the woke programs have got to be dealt with, and the only way you deal with them is cut their funding. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prohibit funding for the Interagency Working Group on the Social Costs of Greenhouse Gases. This is another bureaucratic nightmare that businesses are having to put up with. This amendment would prohibit funds from being used by the Interagency Working Group on the Social Cost of the Greenhouse Gases. This group was originally convened by the Obama administration before being disbanded by the Trump administration and reimposed through Biden's radical climate executive order 13990. Democrats use the social justice of greenhouse gas metrics to justify sweeping climate policies and strict regulations that are vague and no ending to the cost. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves the balance of his time. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll close by saying, boosting the climate cost of projects, regulators can use the social cost of carbon to derail everything from energy to infrastructure projects. Agencies can also use a higher value to justify new regulations on everything from power plants to appliances in your home, but this administration has attacked every appliance known to man, including the gas stove. Urge my colleagues to adopt my amendment. I yield the balance of my time.
The balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, what my amendment does is reduces the salary of Tracy Stone Manning, Director of the Bureau of Land Management, to $1. And I'd like to recognize for as much time as he needs my good friend from Colorado, Matt Rosendale.
The gentleman from Colorado.
Montana.
Excuse me?
The
gentleman from Montana is recognized.
A little farther north, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Norman, my good friend from South Carolina, for introducing this amendment and for yielding me time. Mr. Chair, I submitted an identical amendment to this one, and I'm glad to see that it is being considered today. This amendment would hold the BLM Director, Tracy Stone Manning, accountable for her disastrous policies and rightfully reduce her salary to $1. Ms. Manning has been using the Bureau to push her own radical environmentalist agenda at the expense of Montanans and all Americans. Director Manning has repeatedly and intentionally violated this federal statute by issuing rules that are completely at odds with the Taylor Grazing Act. The Taylor Grazing Act lays out best range management practices and clearly states that the purpose of the law is to, and I quote, provide for the orderly use of public land in order to, and again I quote, stabilize the livestock industry. Earlier this year, the BLM issued a conservation and landscape health rule that clearly violates the letter and the spirit of the law by designating multiple-use public land under conservation leases for bison. Allowing bison to graze on allotments that should be leased for cattle grazing has been a severe blow to Montana's ranching industry. Director Manning has also continuously ignored the concerns of local landowners and those most affected by her harmful policies by failing to hold public hearings outside of the large cities. Director Manning flagrantly dismissed Montana agricultural groups' concerns in the decision-making process for American Prairie Reserve's bison grazing proposal and granted special provisions for one lessee that no one else in the country has experienced. Her Bureau also refused to collaborate with the relevant state agencies and declined to hold sufficient opportunities for local engagement. This is a process we have seen far too often with the Bureau of Land Management under her leadership, creating harmful rules and refusing to take input or provide engagement opportunities for those who are most impacted by those rules. Director Manning has also refused to follow the congressionally mandated quarterly requirements for the federal land leases. Under this administration, we have seen the fewest acres leased for oil and gas since World War II, with only those lease sales taking place in Montana. This directly contradicts Congress' directive and a Louisiana District Court reversal of the administration's leasing moratorium. At the same time, Americans continue to face rising energy costs and persistent inflation. Intentionally stalling onshore and gas production is a dereliction of duty and a slap in the face to hardworking Americans, especially those who rely on these public lands to keep their economy afloat. This climate of zealotry and blatant disregard for the rule of law has been evident with Director Stone Manning for a long time. She collaborated with tree-spiking eco-terrorists at the start of her career, and there's no reason to believe that her views have substantially changed. For all these reasons, and many more, Director Stone Manning needs to be held accountable. Congress cannot stand by idly while these climate extremists use our federal agencies to destroy local economies and the livelihood of everyday Americans. This amendment will put all of Biden's disastrous energy heads on notice and force them to finally follow the rule of law that Congress passed nearly 90 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back to my good friend from South Carolina.
I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose? For what purpose?
Me. Claim time in opposition.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I guess it's time that I got off my rear end here and talked a little bit. And I wanted to let people know why I have opposed all of the Holman Rule amendments that have come before us. I think I screwed up on one and voted the wrong way. But anyway, I've opposed all of them for a number of reasons. The Holman Rule, when it was originally put in place and then it was kind of repealed over the last couple Congresses and then put in place before. If you look back in the history of it, through the whole appropriation process, I can only remember one or two times when the Holman Rule was actually used. And it was used because the individual had committed criminal activity. That's why they cut the salary. Obviously didn't pass, but that was the intent behind it. Second reason is, and I question the constitutionality of the Holman Rule altogether. We don't have the authority to fire someone in the administration. We don't have the authority to fire them. This is a way to get around that. By reducing someone's salary to $1, you've essentially fired them, unless they can live on $1 for a year. I don't know many people that can do that. But this is a way to get around what our constitutional responsibility is, I believe. Thirdly, and believe me, I don't always agree, in fact, seldom agree, with the Bureau of Land Management's decisions on a lot of things. Elections have consequences. Elections have consequences. If you disagree with them because of a policy, why do you think they were hired? They were hired to carry out the policies of this administration. Now, maybe you don't like those policies. I don't like some of those policies. And that's a good reason to get off our rear ends and make sure that we eliminate this administration about 12 months from now. It is not a reason to reduce someone's salary because they are implementing a policy for the administration that hired them. And that's why I haven't supported any of the Holman Rules, because nobody stood up here and said, well, I believe they've engaged in criminal activity. Haven't heard it. Until I do, I'll continue to oppose these amendments. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Idaho reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just add that, you're not firing anybody. You're just reducing their salary to what they're, in the minds of this body, believe that it's worth. $1 is plenty of money for what this lady does. And in the words of Barack Obama, and by the way, she makes $148,500. The words of Bob Ashley, which was the first BLM director under President Obama, said that Stone Manning's involvement with tree spiking, which should disqualify her for leading the agencies. I urge support for my amendment.
The gentleman's
I yield back.
time has expired. The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
All I know is if you reduce my salary to $1, you effectively fired me. Anyway, I oppose this amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Idaho yields the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Or to vote?
The pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment will reduce the salary of Michael Regan, Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, to the large sum of $1. And I now call on my good farmer friend from Illinois, Mary Miller, for as much time as she needs.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Congressman Norman. In April, EPA Administrator Regan testified before the House Agriculture Committee, and he told me, quote, "The EPA doesn't incentivize solar panels. We're a regulatory agency." His statement to the committee was blatantly false. The EPA does incentivize solar panels, which is why I just introduced an amendment to strip all funding from the EPA's Solar for All program. The Biden administration wants to cover rich, fertile farmland that we use to grow food with Chinese solar panels. I support this amendment because we must send the message to the EPA to leave the farmers alone and never mislead Congress when testifying. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, I find, I don't know that I could say it any better than the chair of the Interior Appropriations Committee did about the reason that it never makes sense to use this amendment to reduce somebody's salary. You are, in effect, reducing somebody's salary to $1 is basically firing them. And when it comes to Michael Regan, the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, you're talking about a hardworking public servant. I think we're very fortunate to have him there, to have him dealing with some of the biggest challenges our country is facing, whether it's climate change, environmental pollution, moving our country forward in a very difficult time. We are grateful to have him there, and to ask a public servant to take $1 for their hard work carrying out this administration's goals is ludicrous. And to my colleague on the Agriculture Committee, we serve together and have many areas that we work together on, to have sort of a grudge match about this consideration about solar panels on agricultural land, frankly, doesn't make any sense to me. Of course his mission is to make sure we incentivize solar panels. Absolutely, of course. But to say that he's trying to do this on rich, fertile farmland goes against the mission of the USDA, goes against the mission of this administration. It's always a difficult balance to figure out where to put solar panels. I know in my state, we've found some projects where we have dual use, where some kinds of agriculture actually can accommodate solar panels and also have grazing land, blueberry land. We have a variety of things going on. Nobody thinks we should use rich farmland in a time when we are losing farmland all too fast for solar panels, and I'm sure Administrator Regan doesn't either. But incentivizing solar panels, yes, that's absolutely the mission of the EPA. I'm thrilled they're doing that, moving us faster and faster towards renewable energy. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
Does the gentlewoman yield?
Reserve.
You reserve. The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just take issue. $1 is, we're providing a person an opportunity to volunteer, which is a tremendous opportunity. And, if you want to be serious about combating emissions and supporting good environmental policies, why don't we start with getting countries like India, Communist China to reduce their pollution? Nobody says anything about that from the left. This administration is only interested in creating unfair, costly, and burdensome regulations that will kill American jobs. I'm a developer. We figured, you mentioned solar panels, we priced them. Guess where most of the components of solar panels are made? China, which is not exactly a friend. Mr. Regan's salary is a whopping $183,000. And like I say, we're promoting volunteerism and doing good work for mankind. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields his time. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to a couple of concerns that my colleague on the other side of the aisle raised. If we're about to promote a culture of volunteerism, I think it's very hard to ask the hardworking administrators of the EPA to serve for $1 when we all get paid $175,000 a year, which is a lot of money in my home state. I'm very grateful that the taxpayers of this country support us to that tune, but I think until all of us are willing to take $1 for our work, it's hard to ask the hardworking members of the administration to do the same. And to say that somehow members of the left don't want India or China to reduce their impact in climate change, their use of fossil fuels, that's ludicrous. I know that Secretary Kerry has spent a lot of time meeting with those countries and trying to reduce the things that they are doing that impact climate change. I agree, those countries have to reduce it just as we are reducing it in this country. And to say that solar panels somehow should be not used in this country because we are dependent on buying them on China, well, that's based on the short-sightedness of Republicans who have consistently blocked our involvement in renewable energy. And had you voted for the IRA, you would have seen that we're incentivizing American manufacturing and doing our best to return the manufacturing of those solar panels to this country. And if we're going to consistently oppose renewable energy and oppose the manufacture of renewable energy, we're just going to fall further and further behind in making sure that we are making those components here in the United States. So, once again, I reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prohibit the funding for EPA's Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Work Group. This group is, in their own words, committed to fostering an inclusive and respectful culture and improving justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. It commits to training and educating members on the implicit biases and historical and environmental injustices. If you look on their website to a page of resources with hundreds of woke documents, I'll read just a few from my colleagues. The Whiteness of America, Remaking Manhood, The Battle Against Dominance-Based Masculine Culture. Another one, Greed, Not Good, 10 movies that expertly criticize capitalism, the one thing that's made America the greatest country in the world. Another one, 23 movies for those days when the Parakeets got you down. Another one is Inclusive Scientific Meetings. I don't know what that is. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I just urge my colleagues to accept my amendment. If there was a salary to cut, I'd cut every bit of it. Taxpayers don't deserve this type of supposedly work encouraging these type of things that it's doing to this country. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment gives another member of the Biden administration's paid employees a chance for volunteerism and doing well for mankind. Reduces the salary of Deb Haaland, who is the Secretary of Interior, to $1. She is currently making $221,400. She holds extreme land and energy views like support for the Green New Deal and opposition to the Keystone XL pipeline. We are being forced to buy from OPEC countries that hate America, that's funding Hamas now, and that's what this lady was for, doing away with the Keystone Pipeline. She's used the power of the Department of the Interior to implement her radical agenda at the expense of hardworking Americans. Under her leadership, she has shut down pipelines, delayed federally mandated onshore and offshore leases, repealed common sense regulations, shuttered mining products, and much more, with no regard for how these actions have and will continue to raise energy costs, eliminate American jobs, and harm our national security, and increase reliance on foreign energy sources. We should not spend another dollar of taxpayer money funding her salary. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. For what purposes does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition? For what purposes does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I listened very carefully so far. So far, I haven't heard anything that is not a policy difference. And again, I will repeat, elections have consequences. And again, I will tell you, I don't think this is constitutional. I don't believe it's ever been litigated. But it's a way of getting around the fact that we don't have the ability to fire somebody within the administrative branch of government. Now, if this had been someone like the EM director that was caught stealing suitcases at airports and that kind of stuff, I got no problem with that. He needs to be fired, and he was fired. But so far, I haven't heard anything that would indicate that she is doing, that the secretary is doing any more than carrying out the policies for which she was hired. Again, elections have consequences. Instead of doing these types of amendments, why don't we get busy and try to elect a new administration in about 14 months? I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Idaho reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Speaker, I yield as much time as needed for my good friend from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Representative Norman, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And possibly we will shed some light on some allegations and problems that would raise to the level that the gentleman would support for removing the salary from Ms. Haaland. Prior to joining the current administration, Secretary Haaland had close ties with the Pueblo Action Alliance, a New Mexico-based organization known for its involvement in environmental and social justice extremism. The Pueblo Action Alliance argues that America's economic and political systems must be dismantled and believes that America is irredeemable because there is no opportunity to reform a system that isn't founded on good morals or values. That's who she associated with. But we're not done yet. Secretary Haaland's daughter is now employed with Pueblo Action Alliance, participating in lobbying trips to Washington, D.C., and protest, calling for the stop of all oil and gas development. This relationship raises questions about the influence this organization may have on Secretary's decision-making within her role. In January, the department received a FOIA request for all communications between Secretary Haaland's daughter and the Department of Interior officials describing her lobbying efforts. The department has still not produced the requested information, failing to meet their statutory obligations. Secretary Haaland's husband also consulted for and previously been employed by an organization that receives a significant portion of its funding from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The Bureau of Indian Affairs falls under Secretary Haaland's purview as Secretary of the Interior, presenting another clear conflict of interest. Extremely convenient. In light of these alarming factors, it is my firm belief that Secretary Haaland is ill-suited for the position of Secretary of Interior, and I hope that this amendment will be adopted. I yield back to my good friend from South Carolina.
Gentleman from Idaho.
I thank the gentleman. So far, I've heard accusations, but I haven't heard anything. Has she been convicted of any of this kind of stuff? I don't know. I haven't heard of any of that. And believe me, I disagree with the Secretary on a lot of issues. So far, all I've heard is policy. I would yield to the gentlelady from Maine.
The gentleman yields to the gentlewoman from Maine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the chairman for yielding. I just wanted to say that, once again, this idea of asking public servants to be volunteers to serve for $1 actually carries no weight until all of the members of Congress are also willing to serve for $1. It's completely impractical, and it would mean that only a few people would have the opportunity to serve as members of Congress or to be in the executive branch. And also to criticize Deb Haaland, a woman who I was very proud to serve with in the House of Representatives, who we were very pleased to have her here as one of the first Native American women elected to Congress, but then to go on to lead the Department of Interior as a Native American woman who also has oversight of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, who has so much personal experience, but also experience within her own community, who has a deep love of our public lands, of our natural systems, and in my opinion has done a fantastic job. This is insulting, it's petty. We shouldn't even be here standing at this hour of the night talking about such a highly regarded and well-respected public servant. So I thoroughly oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Maine yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
You have 1 minute.
I yield time to, again, my good friend from Montana, Mr. Rosendale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, my good friend from South Carolina. Just to shed a little bit more information on the subject that I was speaking of, it is very difficult to prove wrongdoing when the person who is committed the wrongdoing will not provide the documentation for which the oversight can be conducted. You can't see the documents, so you cannot see exactly what arrangements have been made between her daughter, the lobbying efforts that took place, and we certainly can track, though, that her husband is working for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, being compensated by them. And if we don't do anything except create the perception around this place of integrity, we've got to do a better job. And that has not even been created. I yield back to my good friend from South Carolina.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Idaho is recognized. The gentleman from Idaho yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the
Request a
chair, the
recorded
ayes
vote. Request a recorded vote.
in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A requested, the ayes and noes have been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. So now, in order to consider amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits funds from being used to provide for additional funding for national monument designations under the Antiquities Act. The Antiquities Act, passed in 1906, authorizes the President to single-handedly designate any federal public lands as national monuments. Its creation was motivated by the looting of Indian artifacts and archaeological sites dating back to the late 1800s. While focusing on fixing a real issue of its day, the law was carefully crafted to protect private citizens from government overreach. The Antiquities Act's designation should be done under, and I quote directly from the legislation, the smallest area compatible with the proper care and management of the objects to be protected. Clearly, it was meant to be limited in scope. But just like everything else, this administration and previous administration, Democrat administrations, make it impossible for us to have nice things. I want you to think about this. In the 8 years that Joe Biden was vice president, under the Obama administration, the Antiquities Act was weaponized for 550 million acres of land. That's roughly a quarter of the land by acreage in the United States. That's a problem that goes beyond the scope and intent of this act. I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the President of the United States from designating national monuments under the Antiquities Act of 1906. The Antiquities Act provides the President with the authority to designate national monuments in order to protect objects of historic or scientific interest. Both Republican and Democratic presidents have used this authority to increase protection of special federal lands. This amendment inappropriately restricts the President's ability to declare national monuments in specific parts of the country. It goes against 100 years of American tradition to protect the nation's cultural and natural resources. The Antiquities Act represents an important achievement in the progress of conservation and preservation efforts in the United States, and Congress should not stand in the way of these achievements. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman, did you reserve or did you yield? The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
You know, I would agree with my colleague on one point, that it's been used, it's been overused, and it's been abused. This is intended to protect historic sites that are being looted and being damaged by whatever forces in play. To control, to take from states and private citizens 550 million acres of land over an 8-year period is not the intent of this act. It's clear that it no longer serves its purpose, and quite frankly, if the President or Vice President identifies an antiquity or an area of land that needs protection, they can come to Congress. And if it's worthy of Congress's designation, we can work with the administration, Republican or Democrat. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I continue to oppose, but I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Maine yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say in closing, I would ask adoption of this amendment. And I would just say that, we're at a point in history when any further monument needs designation, it should come before Congress and have congressional approval. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a roll call vote.
The ayes and noes have been called for pursuant to Clause 6 of Rules 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 117, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 117, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits funds to be used by the Environmental Protection Agency for the U.S. Global Change Research Program, or the USGCRP. This program coordinates with 13 different federal departments and agencies. Its focus, as it relates to areas within EPA's jurisdiction, is to conduct research on climate change. I think it's fair to say that the climate is changing and that we have a role to play in it. However, there's a degree of climate alarmism in this country that has compelled smooth-talking bureaucrats and their grant-seeking associates in the private sector to grovel for more and more funding. At its core, climate alarmism is immoral. It's impacting industry and business. Because people of power are telling Americans every day that they're going to die unless they adopt these policies, and I object. I think more and more Americans are fed up with the subsidizing of this agenda, of this alarmism, and at a time of inflation, and at a time when the economy is struggling, it's time to stop. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment seeks to prohibit funding for the EPA's Global Change Research Program, which will result in more resilient communities, mitigate the impacts of climate change, and protect our world for future generations. The gentleman who proposed this amendment said that there's too much research on climate change, and climate change alarmism, as he called it, is immoral. In my perspective, not being alarmed by the possibility of climate change is actually immoral. Our responsibility is to care for and protect future generations, to care for and protect the planet. He said the impact is too great on businesses and it is creating problems for businesses. Well, I say if we don't deal with climate change, we are impacting all of our businesses who have to deal with things in my state like sea level rise, like adverse weather impacts, flooding, drought, all of the things that are impacting our farmers, our natural resource-based businesses, and our communities. It is our responsibility to do something about this. To say it's just alarmist or that somehow we shouldn't talk about it, research it, or do something about it is putting our heads in the sand and not taking responsibility for what we need to do. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think part of the problem, is in this country, we tend to hold ourselves, or the left tends to hold us to a standard that's really unattainable. Meanwhile, our partners like China are left to abuse the environment. They're the worst polluters in the world, or one of the worst polluters in the world, and they're held to a different standard. This puts a burden on our industry. It is climate alarmism and this administration's agenda that no longer allows us to be energy independent. We're now dependent on our enemies for precious metals and for gas and oil. We should be an energy independent nation. When we look at the crisis in this country with inflation, with the economy, the fact that the American dream of home ownership is slipping away, it gets back to this alarmism. The fact that we're undermining our oil and gas industry with ESG, that this alarmism has made us no longer energy independent. If we're going to get out of this mess we're in with these deficits, we've got to grow our way out of it. And part of it, when you look at the inflation, when you look at commodities, when you look at the price in oil and gas, we have to move away from this alarmism, get back to the facts. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
There is a lot of alarmism going on because we are facing a significant climate crisis. We just had the hottest summer on record. We're having some of the most challenging weather, whether it's a hurricane or a drought or flooding, impacting all of us in all of our districts. And we are facing this and trying to end our dependence on foreign sources of energy by making sure that we have renewable energy in this country, by investing in that, by investing in American businesses, not Chinese-owned, not other foreign countries, but making sure, as we did through the IRA, that we're investing in American manufacturing and American energy solutions. Most of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle oppose this. They continue to oppose the solutions that we have to implement to make sure that we are energy independent and that we can deal with climate change. And this is just one more example of that. So I encourage my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maine yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
You know, we may have had a hot summer, but I just went trick-or-treating with my kids, and it was like, you know, the low that evening was 29 degrees. So the temperatures change, all right? Temperatures have been changing for the millennia. That being said, it's this alarmism, it's this agenda that stands in the way of our energy independence. If we were truly worried about the environment, if we truly wanted to be energy independent, we would have modular nuclear reactors being built all over this country. That is the future of electricity. That is the future of the environment. That is the future of us being energy independent. Meanwhile, this agenda blocks such types of projects. It's time that we admit the truth, that they're making us more dependent on our enemies. This amendment is a good amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman has only time remaining.
Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 118, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 118, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits the funds appropriated by this act for being used to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandates. I was fortunate enough to introduce this amendment during the Energy and Water Appropriations, and I'm happy to do so again here. Policies involving mandatory mask implementation are not about safety nor about science. It's about control. Let's be clear, mask mandates are about control. Thomas Jefferson, a leading epidemiologist who co-authored what the New York Times opinions section called the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illnesses, including COVID-19, found that there was no evidence that masks made any difference. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, this amendment would prohibit any funds to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandates. This amendment is one of the more controversial poison pill policy riders that sadly shows extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. Preventing disease reduces healthcare costs, such as hospitalization and pharmaceuticals, and benefits employers by resulting in less employee absenteeism. Facial masks are an essential personal protective measure to fight the COVID-19 virus. We also know that some people infected with the virus that causes COVID-19 can suffer from the long-term effects from their infection, meaning they can experience health problems that can last for years. Why would we politicize something that would help our fellow Americans stay healthy? From January 3rd, 2020 to September 27th, 2023, there were 1,127,152 deaths from COVID-19 in the United States reported to the World Health Organization, some of whom the people in this room knew and loved. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I go back to the study, and it found that wearing a mask in public places makes little to no difference in the number of infections. For the folks on the other side who privately believe that masks work, it should be noted that mask mandates include any type of mask, even just your thin paper mask. But this study looked at N95 masks, the gold standard of masks. You know what they found? Didn't make any difference. Even if you paired mask mandate with other preventative measures, such as washing hands and social distancing, it found that none of it made a difference. Going on, Dr. Jefferson goes on to say that policymakers who imposed mask mandates on Americans were convinced by non-randomized studies and flawed observations. On the other hand, Dr. Jefferson and his colleagues analyzed 18 randomized controlled trials before reaching their conclusion. They looked at science, not fear. They looked at science to seek the better outcome, not seek control. I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I don't know that we have time to debate all this science tonight, but I'm just going to say that a study that says that mask mandates, that mask using has no impact when I wouldn't want to go into a surgery ward and find out that the surgeon who was about to perform my operation wasn't wearing a mask. To say that hand washing doesn't matter, I've never seen a physician who doesn't go into the emergency room or a surgical room without washing their hands. Social distancing. This is starting to sound a little bit like crack science to me, not anything very serious, something that you might see on the internet or social media. So I question my colleagues' science in this regard. I also just say we oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields balance of her time. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
To be clear, Mr. Chairman, it was the New York Times. The study was examined or authored with co-authors, but in particular Dr. Jefferson. And it looked at 18 different studies that used proper scientific controls, not random. And by the way, if you're going to cite the WHO, you're losing credibility with me. Mr. Chairman, we have a choice between truth and science or fiction. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-26, on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment number 85 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment number 86 by Mr. Crane of Arizona. Amendment number 89 by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho. Amendment number 91 by Mr. Gozer of Arizona. Amendment number 94 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 101 by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Amendment number 102 by Mr. McCormick of Georgia. Amendment number 103 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 107 by Mr. Nels of Texas. Amendment number 110 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 112 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 113 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 115 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. And Amendment number 116 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any of the electronic votes after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 85, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
The yeas are 161, the nays are 251. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 86, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 86, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Crane of Arizona.
The request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. You have 1 minute. 1 minute. On this vote, the yeas are 191, the nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 89, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 89, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Fulcher of Idaho.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 91, printed into Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 91, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 206. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 94, printed into Part A of House Report 118 through 261 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 94, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Say your voice and change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 191 and the nays are 227. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 101, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 101, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 166, the nays are 251. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 102, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, on which the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 102, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 103, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 103, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 151, the nays are 263. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 107, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 107, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Nails of Texas.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 196, the nays are 222. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 110, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 110, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 30 seconds. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 213. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does anyone wish to change their vote? The yeas are 159, the nays are 259. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
A recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 150 and the nays are 265. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report 118 and 261 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 156, the nays are 263. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Recorded vote's been requested. Those in support of request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 175, the nays are 244. The amendment is not adopted. The House will be in order. The committee will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor.
Sure.
It's now in order to consider amendment number 119, printed in Part A of House Report 118 to 261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 119, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Members, take your conversations off the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Environmental Financial Advisory Board, or the EFAB, was chartered under the 1972 Federal Advisory Committee Act. The EFAB boasts of making recommendations that would supposedly lower the cost of environmental protection. Unfortunately, they're entirely beholden to the left's climate alarmism agenda. In a November 2022 meeting, the EFAB spent taxpayer resources gloating about the establishment of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, created from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, a bill whose subsidies will cost the American taxpayers $1.2 trillion. This de facto slush fund provides $27 billion to the EPA through September of 24. If the argument here is that we need the EFAB to expedite the rate at which the Biden's administration can give out green subsidies to his donor base, I'd submit to my colleagues that perhaps the EFAB has outgrown its usefulness. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maine rise?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlelady is recognized.
The Financial Advisory Board supports the EPA's mission to lower the cost of and increase investment in environmental and public health protection. Just to be clear about its role, here are some of the activities the board pursues. Ways to lower the cost of environmental protection, removing financial and programmatic barriers that raise costs, increase public and private contribution in environmental facilities and services, building state and local financial ability to meet environmental laws. This mission is critical if we want to ensure that the investments we need to make to protect our country from climate change are sound and achievable. I oppose this amendment and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, let's take a look at the eligible recipients of this $27 billion boondoggle. State-sponsored green banks, nonprofit or quasi-government green banks. So much for the free market, Mr. Chairman. Nonprofit energy conservation funds and nonprofit social funds, just to name a few. In other words, slush funds, Mr. Chairman. If you look at the EFAB's charter, you'll find that they provide recommendation on ways the EPA can implement funding from the Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act to support environmental justice and to tackle the climate crisis, which is beyond their original intent. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
We oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption at a time of inflation, at a time when we're growing energy independent on our enemies. It is time that we cull back this alarmism. It's time that we cull back these slush fines. It's time that we do the right thing and cut the budget, cut this nonsense. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 120, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 120, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, at a time of, again, increased dependency on our enemies, my amendment addresses the royalty rates that were imposed by the Biden administration through the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. But we can see today that it did nothing to reduce inflation, but in fact has increased inflation, taking away from many Americans their dream of owning a home. In order to pay for what ended up being approximately $1.2 trillion in green subsidies, the Biden administration chose to raise the royalty rate on onshore oil and gas leases from 12.5% to 16.6% through the Inflation Reduction Act of 22. Democrats also voted in unison to quintuple the minimum bid amount from $2 per acre to $10 per acre. They voted to increase, the rental rate by a factor of 9 from $1.50 to $15 per acre. At the time of the bill passage, estimates indicated the bill would impose a $6.5 billion hike on oil and gas development. Here's what I find to be one of the most remarkable things about the so-called Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Nowhere in that bill do Democrats identify any government program worth cutting. Not one. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
So it's hard for me to actually understand my colleague's argument here. He opposes modernizing the Mineral Leasing Act, basically raising lease fees, at a time when he's complaining about the deficit, meaning the revenue could be very helpful. So the way I read this, we're just catering to oil and gas interests, enabling them to continue to operate at rates that don't benefit the American people. I have no idea how this works well for us, why he would think that in a time when he's also looking for more ways to balance our budget. So I oppose this amendment and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that a $6.5 billion hike on oil and gas development isn't going to decrease inflation. It increases underlying costs. And you look at commodities across sectors, everything's gone up. Food, oil, etc., because of things like this. Instead of saving the American people money, this administration chose to surrender our energy independence. And again, I go back to the underlying cost of everything. Everything in this room, everything in your kitchen is dependent on oil, gas, diesel. Everything in this country moves by that mechanism. So this so-called business-friendly idea has done nothing more than cripple our oil and gas industry. It's contributing to inflation. So the fact that it's called the Inflation Reduction Act is offensive because it did nothing. They should admit their mistake and try to fix it. And instead, they go on increasing costs to an industry that is the backbone of our country. And currently, again, minerals were dependent on enemies. Oil and gas were dependent on enemies. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just say right now oil prices are trading around $90 a barrel. And if the Hamas-instigated war against Israel continues or escalates, the American people will endure the consequences of once again depending on OPEC for our energy needs. Some estimates say that oil could go up to $150. So again, at a time of great inflation, we have to be taking steps to roll back costs on our infrastructure, on oil and gas exploration. And I always make the comment in my town halls, you find oil and gas in my yard, drill, baby, drill, because we need it. We need it for our infrastructure. We need it for our independence. We need it for national security. And it's about time we acknowledge the fact the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 was a scam that screwed America. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I couldn't possibly call the Inflation Reduction Act a scam that has ruined anything in America. I have to say it's one of the best things we've ever done. It's the first time we've made a significant investment in renewable energy and in defeating climate change. So I am sorry that my colleague doesn't see it in the same way. I'm sorry that my colleague thinks that the only way we can end our dependence on foreign oil is to drill in his front yard. And good luck on that. I hope they do discover oil in your front yard. That could be an amazing day in your life. But the fact is we need to invest in renewable energy. We need to invest in American manufacturing. And the very idea, this incredibly wealthy industry, the oil and gas industry, shouldn't pay reasonable rates when it is extracting resources from the land that belongs to all of Americans, that somehow that should be a free kind of giveaway to them. That's what the free market is. America gives away its resources to highly profitable companies. That's not the way I see the free market. I see the free market as paying a fair price. So for this administration to just modernize this act, to make sure that gas and oil interests are paying a fair price when they do drill on American public land, seems only reasonable to me. It seems like a better way to take care of the American taxpayers. And while you might say that doesn't amount to much money, I've been listening to bill after bill tonight where people say, you know, this person's salary here will make a difference on the deficit. $15,000 cuts to the Secretary of the Interior would make a difference on the deficit. I've been hearing all night long, in fact, all day and all night long, as I recall, that every penny counts. So somehow these pennies don't count because we should be given a break to the oil and gas industry. Goes far beyond my understanding of how business should work and how our job protecting American resources should work. So once again, this is a terrible amendment, one in a string of terrible amendments. I oppose this and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for wishing that I find oil in my yard. I hope I do. But that being said, I joke. But I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, that this is a step in the right direction to have more responsible energy policy. It's lowering the cost on the producers as they explore and continue to explore for our energy independence. I urge adoption. And again, I thank my colleague. I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 121, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 121, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment 121 that prevents any funds in today's bill from being used to implement recommendations made by the Biden administration's interagency working group on mining. This last September, the working group released a 168 page report containing 65 different recommendations. There were a few recommendations in this report that were helpful, but unfortunately, the vast majority further undermine rather than facilitate our industry and congressional efforts to secure our own domestic mineral supply. The Biden administration knows and acknowledges that a strong U.S. mining supply chain is critical. They're aware the demands for minerals is skyrocketing, doubling over the last 5 years, and will continue to grow. They know that we are dangerously dependent on overseas suppliers, in particular adversaries like China, Russia, and other unstable countries for minerals that are essential to our economy, competitiveness, and national security. Examples of this can be seen in countries like Peru and Chile, which combined produce 40% of the world's supply of copper. Peru has gone through 7 presidents in the last few years. In Chile, the government is now looking at making plans for nationalizing the country's lithium supply. Despite acknowledging this as a national security issue, the Biden administration continues to attack our American suppliers with layer upon layer upon layer of burdensome, duplicative, and unworkable regulations. The Biden administration needs to do more than just talk about a strong and stable American economy. they need to act by fostering strong domestic mineral supply. Unfortunately, they continue to do the opposite by proposing inconsistent, uncoordinated, and insufficient policies that slow our progress to independence. Many self-imposed barriers. The recommendations in this report emboldens our adversaries and is not beneficial to America. Countries like Australia, Canada, and even the European Union have committed to increase domestic production. All of them have developed long-term strategies to be in the global suppliers of choice for minerals. Under this administration, the United States has yet to put together a long-term strategy. Other countries will be competing for the same global mineral supply, at the same time putting stress on America's ability to source additional volumes outside of our country. My state of Utah produces large amounts of copper, gold, magnesium, and silver. We are the global leader in barium, used for aerospace and national security applications. We need to allow these producers to thrive and to do what they do best. It is well known that the United States has the highest standard than any other country when it comes to quality, safety, cleanliness of process and product. We have the opportunity to emerge as a world leader in the mineral mining space. This administration needs to stop standing in our way. Many of these dangerous report recommendations would only reinforce China as a permanent leader in minerals. This is not good for our country, our economy, our jobs, industry, and most importantly, for our national security. We should not, therefore, use federal funds to implement, administer, or enforce these recommendations. Hopefully, the administration will go back to the drawing board and, with an American First mindset, create a durable and sustainable strategy that will actually help our domestic mineral supply chain and the American worker, not the Communist Chinese government. This risk is far too great when we're already decades behind. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I think the question is, why is it so difficult for us to understand that independence is the way, the American way? Independence is what we've always sought. It's allowing the middle class to grow because it's powered by a strong business segment. And it appears that every turn that is possible, the Biden administration, and this is a good example of that, finds a way to put more regulations to stifle that ingenuity, that innovation, and our opportunity to become independent. We have to make sure that we're, in particular with minerals, rare earth minerals, where we are leading the charge and not falling behind and taking advantage of the remarkable wealth we have in this country. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 122, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 122, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Palmer of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, spends as much as $50 million a year to employ nearly 200 armed agents at an average cost of $260,000 per year per agent. The American people would likely be disturbed to hear that. According to the nonprofit Open the Books, the EPA has spent millions of dollars over the years on anti-tank ammunition, amphibious assault craft, night vision equipment, unmanned aircraft, and other military equipment. It's difficult for me to imagine that the EPA has a legitimate use for anti-tank ammunition. To me, this sounds like we're arming a SEAL team. The difference is a SEAL team can explain why they need these things. The EPA cannot. These agents have been involved in raids in Alaska, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, Massachusetts, North Carolina, and in my own state of Alabama. In Alaska, EPA agents wearing flak jackets and carrying long guns showed up to review paperwork at a family-owned mining operation. In my home state of Alabama, armed EPA agents took over 2 waste treatment facilities in Dothan, Alabama. These agents were posted at each entrance to the plant and recorded identification information on all those going in and going out. The EPA is just one of more than 70 federal agencies that employed armed personnel, many of which most Americans would never associate with law enforcement. I think we need to take a step back and reevaluate whether arming the bureaucracy is the best way to ensure that our laws are enforced. Federal agencies should be able to demonstrate their need for armed personnel, and absent such a demonstration, should rely on and partner with local, state, or federal law enforcement when there is a need for armed protection. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman yields to Mr. Higgins for 1 minute. The gentleman from Louisiana is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the EPA does not need armed agents loaded with attitude rolling up on American citizens trying to mind their own business, and this is happening. It's stunning, but it's happening. You have armed EPA agents rolling up on our farmers with no warrant. You got 2 agents emerged from an unmarked car to check the fuel in the saddlebag tanks of their diesel trucks with their little strips and proceed to issue $10,000 fines. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, your city's code enforcement being pushed by armed agents with attitudes? This is happening out of our EPA. It's happening in other alphabet agencies. It's wrong, and we're going to put a stop to it one way or another. I support my friend's amendment, and I urge all colleagues to step up and push back against the weaponization of our federal government against the American people. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly oppose this amendment that would cripple the EPA's ability to exercise its criminal enforcement function by preventing the EPA criminal enforcement from being able to issue warrants, make arrests, or carry firearms. I'm truly befuddled by this attack on law enforcement. The majority's disdain for the EPA has been evident throughout the debate of this bill, but this amendment is beyond the pale. I cannot understand how anyone would think it is a good idea to give a pass to criminals who deliberately break the law. The EPA's criminal enforcement function is a vital part of our efforts to help protect the environment and safeguard the public health. But it's important to recognize that it is only one part of these efforts. The fact is that EPA's compliance and enforcement process is a multi-step process that uses criminal law enforcement only as a last resort. EPA initially provides compliance assistance to help the regulated community understand and comply with regulations. EPA compliance monitoring then subsequently assesses compliance through inspections and other activities. Enforcement actions are initiated only when the regulated community does not comply or when cleanup is required. Criminal actions are usually reserved for the most serious violations, those that are willful or knowingly committed. But the mere threat of criminal action can and does help ensure compliance. If this irresponsible amendment passes and we remove the threat of criminal action, we will inevitably see a decline in willful compliance of our environmental laws. That would be bad news for all of us, as the quality of our air and water and the public health will inevitably suffer. As to the issue of EPA personnel carrying firearms, I would point it out that more than 70 federal agencies employ law enforcement officers who are authorized to carry firearms and make arrests in the United States, including the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, the Food and Drug Administration, the Tennessee Valley Authority. The EPA is hardly unique in this regard. Make no mistake, this amendment is clearly anti-law enforcement. It cripples the ability of EPA to ensure enforcement of our environmental laws and will inevitably lead to even more harm to public health. Let's ensure that the EPA can continue to enforce our nation's environmental standards I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm stunned to hear the response to this coming from the other side that supports defunding the police. What we want to do is have proper law enforcement enforcing our laws and not weaponizing the entire federal bureaucracy against the citizens of the United States. I can't imagine why the EPA would need anti-tank ammunition to enforce the laws of the EPA. We've seen what this leads to in multiple examples, which I will not go into at this point. The critics claim, though, that my amendment would put EPA personnel at risk of harm. That would be wrong. My amendment does not permit the EPA from using funds to provide security for its personnel or its property. It does not prohibit training of EPA security or law enforcement personnel either. My amendment would prohibit funding for the EPA's armed and militarized agents who have a history of intimidating Americans by conducting aggressive raids and begin to address the troubling trend of militarization of our federal agencies. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 123, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 123, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the EPA from using funds for actions pursuant to Section 115 of the Clean Air Act. Section 115 of the Clean Air Act allows the EPA to mandate state emissions levels to whatever level the agency deems appropriate if they find the following: U.S. emissions endanger a foreign nation, and the endangered nation has a reciprocal agreement to prevent or control these emissions in their own nation. That sounds complicated and screwed up, because it is. Our EPA deciding what we do in our states based on their agreement with some other nation about what's happening in their nation shouldn't have an impact on our states. But this is a backdoor provision which allows the EPA to vastly expand its regulatory authority and encroach on the right of the states to regulate their own energy sectors based on the actions of a foreign nation and a determination of the executive branch solely, without any input from this branch. It is irresponsible to allow unelected bureaucrats at the EPA to retain the ability to seize this expansive authority. If the U.S. government wants to pursue such a policy, one that in my opinion is constitutionally suspect, but be that as it may, it should be done through an explicit congressional delegation of authority on a case-by-case basis. Now, a similar amendment has passed the House during previous interior and environmental appropriation packages, I know, because I've offered it, so I'm hoping that my colleagues will do the same on this one and take back our Article I authority and support this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized. For what purpose do you rise?
I rise to oppose this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Section 115 of the Clean Air Act is essential. It enables the United States to work with other nations to address transboundary air pollution. As we've seen recently, while Canada was experiencing historic wildfires, that pollution knows no boundaries and can travel anywhere, whether by air or water. We cannot address these environmental issues on our own, and we must work with other nations. Prohibiting the EPA from implementing Section 115 of the Clean Air Act is short-sighted, and I oppose this amendment. I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the chair. This goes exactly to the Paris Climate Accord. When Section 115 was written, along with the rest of the Clean Air Act, the Paris Climate Accord did not exist. and it's not a treaty. We haven't signed it, but yet we're bound to it as long as the executive branch wants to use it, and a foreign government says that our government is polluting their country. It is absolutely absurd. It was never envisioned by the EPA. I think that they had good intentions, and I agree with those good intentions at the time. But since the Paris Climate Accord has been agreed to by this administration, this is a dangerous precedent to set. It's dangerous to allow it to be there. As again, I said, this has passed in previous appropriations debates. That's very amendment, and I would just encourage the members to vote in favor of it again this time to make sure that we're controlling our country, that states can control their states, and we don't rely on foreign governments to control our country. And with that, I yield the ballots.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 124, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 124, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Posey of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would reduce the EPA Environmental Programs and Management account for the Office of the Air and Radiation by 50%. This office has destroyed an entire industry already and is currently working hard to bankrupt a family-owned business in my district. The EPA's Air Office used the regulatory process to destroy the glider truck industry in favor of a Chinese-owned trucking industries. Many of these glider trucks are operated by small mom-and-pop businesses. Now the same EPA is targeting a family-owned business in my district that supplies the only domestic manufactured outboard motors preferred by the U.S. Navy SEALs and other special operations forces, including our allies. They are putting their Green New Deal agenda ahead of our nation's national security and the safety of our men and women on the front lines protecting our freedom. My amendment reduces the number of unelected, unaccountable, unrecallable bureaucrats from vetoing the U.S. Navy SEAL military equipment that they direly need. I ask my colleagues to support me in joining this amendment, and I'm happy to yield a minute to my good friend from Tennessee, Congressman Rose.
The gentleman yields 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, which would reduce funding for the Office of Air and Radiation under the EPA by 50%. The EPA's Office of Air and Radiation is one of the most radical, out-of-touch, and burdensome regulatory authorities in the federal government that most Americans have never heard of. They are essentially charged with carrying out the Biden administration and progressive Democrats' job and economy-killing Green New Deal agenda. The unelected bureaucrats at the Office of Air and Radiation have repeatedly targeted small business industries, people's livelihoods, and the way of life for thousands of Americans with little or no regard. It's time the American people's representatives in this body, the U.S. House, say enough is enough and remove the EPA's boot from the neck of the American people. There's no better way to start than supporting Mr. Posey's amendment. I urge my colleagues to join me in doing so.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
To seek time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, a cut of this magnitude on top of the cuts already included in the base bill would nearly eliminate the office. This means that we will no longer have anyone in the government to run programs that prevent air pollution, ensure high-quality indoor and outdoor air, monitor and reduce pollution from vehicles and engines, prevent acid rain, protect the public against radiation, monitor and address stratospheric ozone depletion. This is draconian, and short-sighted cuts put all Americans at risk. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about a rogue agency here that is not only failing to do the job that they're supposed to do, but they're out harming people. And when they're harming the heroes that are on the front lines that direly need their supplies, while they fiddle or faddle in the back room, whatever they do, and deny those supplies, while themselves they gorge upon $10 million in combat materials and weapons, which I asked the administrator about in a meeting a couple of weeks ago. I said, tell me why the EPA needs the $10 million in combat grade arms. And he said, well, I didn't know we got it. He said, I'll get back to you. I'll explain it to you. I'm still waiting to hear the answer. There needs to be some accountability for agencies that are going off the track, and I think this is really a good start, and I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 125, printed in Part A of House Report 118-261. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 125, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-261, offered by Mr. Rose of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 838, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 4827, the Department of Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Appropriations Act. In June, the Biden administration's Department of Interior, led by Secretary Deb Haaland, issued an order to phase out the use of single-use plastics, including plastic straws, by 2032. My amendment is straightforward. My amendment will prevent the Department of Interior from banning the sale of plastic straws on public lands and national parks. According to a study published in the journal Food Additives and Contaminants, paper straws may not be more eco-friendly than plastic straws. The majority of the paper straws in the study included perfluoroalkyl substances and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, which are often referred to as forever chemicals. According to a recent article in USA Today, scientists in Belgium tested 39 brands of straws made of paper, bamboo, plastic, and stainless steel found in shops, supermarkets, and restaurants across the country. The article continued that, quote, these eco-friendly plant-based straws are not necessarily a more sustainable alternative to plastic straws. Said the study's conclusion, quote, because they can be considered as an additional source of PFAS exposure in humans and the environment. Mr. Chair, we have to ask, why is the Department of Interior rushing to ban plastic straws in national parks when it is far from clear whether or not there is any environmental benefit to switching to paper straws? Additionally, paper straws are absolutely despised by many Americans because they start to become soggy almost immediately when you put them into a drink. I think probably, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, most Americans have experienced exactly that. So, Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to have the text of this USA Today article entitled Not So Eco-Friendly Paper Straws contain more forever chemicals than plastic, study says, into the record.
The request will be covered by general leave.
And Mr. Chair, the American people do not want their government dictating what type of straws they can drink from. A yes vote on my amendment is a resounding repudiation of the nanny state that the Biden administration is currently building via edicts from unelected bureaucrats. Mr. Chair, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, honestly, I don't even know where to start. I'm pretty sure it's about midnight, and we, this is the United States Congress. We are dealing with enormous challenges in the world. We currently have a war going on in Ukraine with Russia, in Israel, and with the Hamas, and we are trying to face climate change and so many serious issues. And we're here debating a plastic straw. Whether or not plastic straws should be used, whether or not they're the best alternative, I mean, I understand it's complicated. What is the best kind of straw to use? A reusable straw, a paper straw, a plastic straw? And there are issues related to this. But this is because of a mandate to reduce the amount of single-use plastic. I don't know about you, but I have an ocean border that's longer than any other ocean border in the United States. And one of the big challenges that we're dealing with right now is excess amount of plastic in the ocean. We have no good recycling in this country. We have excess amount of plastics in our landfill. We have toxics that we're dealing with every day. So reducing our amount of single-use plastic is important. Whether or not it's our job in Congress to decide what kind of straw should be used or exactly how these should be bans should be implemented, I just don't think it's something that we should be doing at midnight when we have a lot of big problems to deal with. So I'm just disappointed to see this amendment, to see that my colleague doesn't want to address the big challenges that we have with single-use plastic and the difficult issues that have to be dealt with. And I just have to oppose this amendment and reserve.
The gentleman in reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized.
I will yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, it's time to get the government out of our drinks. I understand the concern that my colleague expresses, Mr. Chair, but I would say that the best way to avoid the need for congressional intervention would be for the administration to not be chasing its tail, trying to force American consumers to make choices that are absolutely not clear in terms of the environmental impact that they would have. The plastic straw ban being implemented by the Interior Department is fundamentally and fatally flawed. Numerous scientific studies have cast serious doubts as to whether paper straws are more environmentally friendly than plastic straws. Mr. Chair, just listen to these headlines regarding paper straws. From the National Post, it turns out all those paper straws are bad for the environment too. From U.S. News and World Report, eco-friendly paper straws contain harmful PFAS chemicals. And finally, from KSL News, paper straws are no better than plastic, research says. Mr. Chair, I would ask that all of these articles be entered into the record.
The request will be covered by general leave.
My amendment will stop the nonsense that the Biden administration is trying to force upon the American people through the Interior Department by prohibiting any funds from being used to implement, administer, apply, enforce, or carry out any plastic straw prohibitions. In closing, I urge members to vote yes on my amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, after a day of exhilarating debate, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having under consideration H.R. 4821, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that that committee has had under consideration H.R. 4821 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. today.